Hey, everybody, and welcome back to Westeros. We are coming at you with a Sea of Spears live from sunny King's Landing at the Red Keep Bar and Casino. And let's get ready to rumble! Because today it's the melee. But before we introduce the carnage, the combat, the contest, the conquest, and the mayhem, let's introduce all of our players. I am Rusty Zimmerman, and I'm going to be GMing and running 800 billion NPCs today. Joining me, sitting off to that side of me, I think, if I pointed right, is my lovely wife, Felicia. Felicia, who's your character and what is she up to? And you choose who to introduce next. And I didn't point the right way. I just saw.
That's fair. It's okay. I'm Felicia, and I play Lady Rhaena Nymaryen. I am heir to House Nymaryen, and I am taking the field today in the melee along with my siblings. And while I am nominally higher in status than my twin sister Bela, it does not mean that I have complete control of my troops. Bela is more my general. So if I want something to happen, I will tell Bela and she'll make it so. Right, Bela?
Does that mean I'm your number one?
Yeah, you are my number one.
Oh.
No.
So yes, I play Bela. My name is Erica, and in the game I am the twin sister, younger twin sister of Reyna, and I do lots of more cool things like getting to fight in battles and lead armies, while my sister has to be a little bit more statesly, and that's fine. And so I get to do more fun things like lead the team that we have in the melee today. So I'm going to be our team captain and dictating our strategy and ruling over the rest of them with an iron fist that I don't get to do anywhere else. So this is my opportunity, and we're going to make the most of it. So yeah, so that's what's on the docket for today. We're going to win a huge melee with 49 fighters in it. We're going to do our best to win this thing, and I will pass it to my youngest sibling, Adam.
Hi, I'm Ash. I play Adam Nymaryen, the youngest Nymaryen sibling, and the sad boy of Wyvern's Rest, who
Sad
has
boy.
who is a non-combatant generally, but a good archer. So yeah, since the melee doesn't involve archery, he's going to be watching from the sidelines and offering some encouragement and bigging up the family from the stands. But he's going to provide a welcome distraction from having his fucking heart smashed to pieces.
Aww.
As the primary object of his affections, or as Waters revealed last session that he did not feel the same way.
And who does that leave?
That leaves my big brother Lucaris.
Man is no one. Hi, I'm Robert. I'll be playing Lucaris, the oldest son and third oldest altogether. So I guess I should leave with that. And I'll be there as well. And my heart was not smashed to a million pieces last night. But speaking of smashing,
Yes,
You did have some success.
you and the lady Miranda Royce had a fine time. She was gone from your chambers when you awoke this morning. She didn't like leave any coin on the nightstand or anything like that. She didn't leave you any lovelorn notes or the like.
she knows how this is played.
She got what she wanted from you, and she took her leave in the quiet hours before King's Landing awoke.
We're just a couple crazy highborn trying to get along.
Just trying to find some warmth in this cold Cold City. Which brings us to kick off. We're actually going to kick off Melee Day with a short trip to the Street of Steel, where all of King's Landing's smiths hang out and ply their trade. Specifically, we've got a pair of young Nymaryens making their way to the shop of Tobo Mott again. They've already visited a few times this week. He's at the far end of the Street of Steel in kind of a position of honor. As he sees it, all the right customers walk past all of his lesser competition to get to him. And he's like not afraid of being in the least convenient spot on the Street of Steel. He's a renowned smithy. He's done some fine work for your family so far. And some of you had some stuff for him to pick up. And you also had a nice coffee table conversation piece that I think you were going to talk to Tobo Mott about. So let's pick up with Bela and Luke rolling up to Tobo Mott. He is hard at work today, and his apprentice Gendry is back there also just hammering away, and they're hollering kind of orders and confirmation back and forth to each other, hustling just like their competitors on Forged in Fire, just doing like last minute rush jobs. And Tobo Mott is like, God damn this breastplate, hammer it, just flatter. There we go, here we are. And they're going back and forth. And then he rushes over towards you as you arrive, kind of hastily wiping his hands in a futile gesture, because even like his, everything he's wearing is covered in soot and smoke, but he goes through the motions, and he rushes towards you while his black-haired, blue-eyed, brooding apprentice continues brooding and hammering.
Before he approaches, I'll be talking to Bela. And where did you get this dagger from again?
It was a gift from some anonymous person. It claimed to be from some ladies who appreciated my victories in the jousting, specifically over, what's his name?
Meryn Trent.
Sir Meryn Trent.
Yes, it was a congratulations gift that you received mid-tourney.
Yeah.
Left at the Green Tree with a rather mysterious note.
Yeah. So, while I would love to take this at face value, I don't believe we have that many friends that would leave this for us. So, I just am curious as to the origins, who might have made it, that sort of thing.
We may not have that many friends, but he may have that many enemies. But yeah, and then I'll kind of nod to Tobo as he approaches.
So for a blacksmith, he's a small guy. He's not some country village blacksmith that's just like the biggest, burliest dude. He is a fairly lean and wiry man of Kohoric descent in Essos. So it's one of the ways that he's kind of unassuming compared to your standard rural blacksmith that tends to be very well fed and hardworking. So they're big, burly. He's instead a very kind of learned, educated, practiced smith. So you feel like you got pretty good odds of him maybe knowing something. But he quick steps over towards you, and then glances from the two of you, takes in your colors after his eyes adjust to the glare outside the shop. He goes, "Oh, yes, I've got everything ready just over here."
Mm-hmm. One other thing, and then I pull out the knife and do a quick flourish with it, and then present it to him and say, I received this as a gift a few days ago from an anonymous person. I was curious if you might tell me a little bit about the craftsmanship and see if you recognize it.
He takes it and just kind of holds it up towards the light a little bit, reverses it, holds it up towards the light, tests the balance, just kind of balancing it on a fingertip, adjusting that finger, and he goes, well, I've good news and bad news. Sir Lucaris, the shields and the sword are just over there if you don't mind loading your small wagon, my lady, perhaps we talk where it's a bit louder. And he kind of backs into the forge
Very
a little
well.
bit.
Yeah, give him a
and-
knowing nod and follow him.
Gendry is whacking away at the inside of a breastplate, like he's trying to kind of flatten it out, and it's just making a big old racket. And
As I'm-
Tobo Mott, sorry, go ahead.
As I'm grabbing this heavy shit, I'm suddenly realizing that we didn't bring Oris.
That's what a lot of people realize, that they left Oris behind. Tobo Mott, for his part, as he hands the knife back to you, and he just grabs like a file and a piece of scrap steel, like that got lopped off from something, and he starts rasping the file against the steel, as like a medieval smithy white noise generator, just literally just making noise with it, and then like in between it, he's saying a few words to you, so you're getting like sentence fragments in a very like almost like an old west Morse code type of way, where it's like word, stop, word. So he says, Dragonbone hilt, hilt's hollow, it's Kohoric make, centuries old, made from a master smith in the city of sorcerers, where I trained as a boy. And then just like I said, like rasp, a couple words, rasp, and then he stops the rasping and just leans in impolitely close. Like this would be fairly presumptuous if it wasn't to like share a secret. He goes, check the hilt and the edge of the blade, my lady. It's potentially a poisoner's tool.
It is indeed. I've already found the vial.
I'd keep that a secret.
Very well.
The master smith of the city of sorcerers bears no personal sigil. Generations of master smiths come and go, like the sword of the morning, you Dornish do. When you become the top smith in the city of Kohor, you use that sigil instead of your own. So there's no telling which master smith it is, but that style of blade, that pattern in the steel, and that method of dragonbone shaping for the hilt, it's older than your house, I believe.
Do you know how many of these might exist?
Nice daggers with dragonbone hilts, countless. Knives exactly like that one, none. The master smith of the city of sorcerers does not mass produce. Everything he creates is made for a purpose, and the world will never see its exact like again.
Interesting.
Sir Lucaris, don't forget the sword. It's for your squire boy.
I'm working on it.
So on your small cart, you are loading up a large shield for the Lady Reyna, which is a little bit lighter than some shields, and very prominently and boldly, a little out of scale to most shields, has the huge sigil of the house on it. There's a large shield for Oris, which is a little bit heavier and sturdier and built to scale. There's a nice round shield for Bela that has her personal sigil on it as the second born. So he's kind of scaled the sigil down and curved the edges a little so it fits this, balanced light round shield. And there's a great sword for Oris that you guys didn't order. But so it's not like a huge cartload of stuff. You guys aren't getting any more armor or the like, but you're glad you brought the small cart.
Sword feels more like a plow.
So back to Bela. Any commentary remaining on this?
How valuable do you think this particular item would be?
Well, it's not Valyrian steel. there are men that can still make knives like it, so it's not that sort of priceless lost art. But dragon bone is rare and expensive. The craftsmanship required for the sort of threading in the hilt, and to put a pinhole through a blade without weakening it, the way it's balanced, it's a good purse full of dragons, my lady.
All right. So I was given this by someone who claimed to appreciate my victory in the joust over Sir Marin Trant, and based upon his reputation, there's many a lady in this city who, of course, would appreciate it. But with the value of this, I can't imagine it would be from them.
Many a lady has traded jewelry in shops like these to arm their favorites, be they lovers, betrothed, spouses, or sons. It's not impossible for anyone on the on the street of Steel to have gotten a fine bracelet or some other jewelry in trade.
All right. Well, thank you for the information. I trust your discretion will be kept.
He gives you kind of a negligent way. Of course. The work that I do for each house is to be known only should any notice my maker's mark as they fall.
You do excellent work. Thank you again.
My thanks, my lady.
And,
Yeah, as soon as the conversation seems to be over, he scurries back to work, hollering and working with Gendry and trying to reshape some armor and pull dents out of stuff and all kind of, just last minute fixing up everybody's tourney armor for the melee seems to be what's going on back there. It's like all breastplates and plate and stuff that they're working on behind the scenes. So
Did you get what you need?
I believe so. Not totally, but it's a piece of the puzzle. We can talk in a little bit more.
Well, if it please my lady, I've loaded our cart. Shall I drive the horse as well?
Would you be so kind?
Very well.
somebody got some sass when he earned his spurs.
You can sass me, but if you're gonna offer, I'll let you do it.
Right?
As I think over the gift of the poison dagger, from supposedly the ladies of King's Landing, I realize what a fine line I skate upon and decide to go ahead and drive the wagon.
Now, in the dagger's defense, it's not currently loaded with poison.
Correct.
The vial was empty and dry, so it's not currently,
My concern is not that she'll poison me. It's just in general.
Just remembering that knights who are rude to ladies in King's Landing might have accidents.
Lady Olita is in town, so.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, she's like my prime suspect of who would have done that.
Right?
Speaking of sass, we're going to cut back to the Nymaryen Pavilion instead of watching Luke and Bela navigate the rush hour traffic of King's Landing and the Street of Steel.
And it's just a lot of that too. Like, oh, my lady, may I not run over this peasant? I'll stop the wagon if it pleases you. Or we can make haste.
It does please me.
Are you not gonna ask about the swords?
Luke, what's the sword here?
Plow, more like it. It's something of horses, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just
It is massive, isn't it?
Adam probably bought it for him. He was showered with gifts, so.
That's true. That's true. Interesting.
Shower gifts.
So, speaking of Adam and Oris, and I was going to say, and showers, but that didn't quite work out last night. We are back at the Nymaryen Pavilion.
Jesus
It's
Christ!
just rubbing it
Right?
in.
I'm trying to
We
help
don't
you
know
get.
how they got hot water and plumbing out to the pavilion tent, but what's important is the erotic scene has to happen.
I'm trying to help you get in character to feel flustered and anxious, Ash. It's called method acting. So, at the Nymaryen Pavilion, when Reyna arrives there, Oris is hard at work doing the day to day work of tending to the horses that aren't currently being used to the beer run to Tobo Mott's. And he's also polishing everyone's up armor to mirror sheen, etc., etc., etc. So Oris is hustling and bustling around your pavilion grounds, doing work, and gives a kind of curt "Good morning, milady," and then just goes back to work, focused on what he's doing, his usual talkative self, it would seem. Um, what's Adam up to?
Adam is trying to unfuck a situation that he created last night.
Which one?
Well, he's definitely going to avoid speaking to Oris as much as possible. Like anything above the bare minimum, he's just going to try and avoid him. So he's going to be, but it's the other situation of being quite rude to Lynn Corbray and Michael Redford. Though, in his defense, they were rude first. But yeah, he's awake and hungover and feeling very embarrassed about how he conducted himself in a number of ways, and is now kind of quite concerned about the backlash or possible backlash there, either on himself or particularly on his siblings, who, if there was backlash, they would be the ones to be on the receiving end of it. So he is furiously writing draft after draft of letter to send over there, because he knows he's not going to get an audience in person at this time of day when they are probably pissed off with him. So he's writing, trying to write a message to sort of smooth things over a bit, fully. And it looks like this because I went and played with a wax seal kit and I made a little letter.
So is Adam in his private little pavilion with the tent flaps tied shut type of thing? Or what? So Reyna just sees no sign of Adam when she arrives at the pavilion.
Basically, until he has finished, he'll have been doing this pretty much since he woke up, because he'll have woken up like, fuck. I really fucked up kind of thing. But he will emerge, once he's got a letter he's happy with and he's got it sealed and ready to hand over to a messenger, he will emerge. But he's definitely, he'll have dressed well as usual, but Reyna will notice that he's looking kind of green around the gills.
So Sir Vannon Rivers, the ward of your house, trots off to help with the horses, because Reyna and Vannon travel together. We're living with the rule of two. So right. Vannon heads off to the horses. So Reyna's alone with Vannon busy working, Oris busy working, and a kind of frazzled looking Adam maybe poking his head out from his tent, maybe just a string of mutters and curses escaping the tent flaps of Adam's little private half of the tent there.
Well, Ash, you decide at when in your process this is happening, but she would not go up to the tent and knock on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Raina would can be coming in when like Adam has just kind of emerged and is like going look just handing off his letter to a messenger who's scurrying off with a couple of coppers in hand.
Oh, so okay. um,
Morning.
good morning, brother. You look
How
much.
are you?
I appear to be much better temperament-wise than you this morning.
I don't drink that much very often.
There were plenty of spirits. Um, well, I am rather surprised to see you. Was that grandfather?
Oh no. Just a small thing. Nothing. Yeah, it's not important. Are you ready for the melee?
I am ready. Well, I will be when they return from Tobomot. My new shield should be on the cart. And then I'll be ready.
Good. Well, I'll be cheering for you all.
I'm sure you will. How was your experience at the feast?
Fine. I am conscious that it didn't go entirely according to plan, but I think we, as a whole, did well. We didn't get ourselves into a lot of trouble or anything. The king seems to like us. Some other people there seem to like us.
Did only call us dragon fuckers once. That I heard.
Who called us that?
His Highness. It's what he does.
Yes, I wouldn't put terribly much stock in what he thinks he's. Well,
only the king.
You said Stannis.
No, I said His Highness. I'm sorry.
All right.
Oh, I totally got Stannis out of that too. My bad.
Yeah. Well, he's a bit coarse.
That's way more in character. Okay.
Yeah. And he said it as a jest, and it was early in the evening.
Well, yes, I don't perceive. Well, yes, it seemed to go all right, and we didn't do anything to him. Well, we managed to not kind of enrage him or anything, so I would call that a win.
It seemed to me that the attention we drew was mostly good, and the only time that we drew bad attention, it wasn't even particularly bad, but it was expected of our blood. We are rather temperamental and fiery in the eyes of the residents of King Landing and the Vale.
Well, we are Dornish and dragons, so...
Correct. So I wouldn't worry much about repercussions from your outburst early there at the end.
I like to not leave things to chance, but I can understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate that. I'm sure everything will be fine.
I am also sure everything shall be fine. And if it isn't, we will deal with it.
Vannon hollers over The horses seem to be tended to, and he's now at the small kind of campfire, cook fire that's kind of the centerpiece of the pavilion. And he hollers over with his Riverlander lilt. Taters and sausages are cooking.
Excuse me a moment, Rena. I want to go have a word with Sir Van. We can talk more over breakfast.
Of course. Do what you must.
Actually, Adam was just trying to find an excuse to flee for a few minutes because it's gotten a bit. But he is he has like abandoned his room.
Well, I don't really.
But like, I was just going to convey that he's definitely up to something.
He definitely is.
So,
but I will
yeah.
just kind of reach out and like kind of move the curtain a little. Just look inside.
Just,
but I'm
just
Yeah.
checking for a Lynn Corbray in there. Is that?
Yes, pretty much.
Yeah.
Surprise, Corbray!
Well, you but when like from what Rena knows of Adam, he's like very neat. So it will strike her as unusual that there's stacks of inky scrawled upon paper all over his desk.
I'm not gonna go through his things. I'm sorry. I can't bring myself to do
Oh
that. I will, however, straighten the desk and close his ink pots and put them away. So if I happen to see something,
no!
say, I don't
Well-
want to actively rifle through his shit.
No, that is fair enough. But
If I might see a false start that might
yes,
say who it was sent to, that would be
yes.
nice.
All of like every single there's a number of them of varying lengths. So he's stopped at various points, but they are all addressed to Sir Lynn.
Oh no.
I will.
Oh,
Let me play with my
no.
prop.
Oh no. And
So-
now I'm gonna rifle.
All right. So the assumption then, let's say Reyna's not actively going to open one that is sealed, but
Correct.
how much of one can Reyna find that's open while tidying up the desk? So we will leave it up to Ash to see just how much of a letter Reyna might read while just neatening up Adam's things. So it doesn't have to be start to finish. But
It's very short.
All right.
Well, it's quite short, and I guess the order in which he's been writing, like the closer to a final draft he got, the
Right.
the basically the second to last draft is on top anyway.
Right.
So what is basically sitting plain to read is Sir Lynn, I believe that a man of good character must know both when to stand up and when to back down. While I stand by what I said to you and Michael last night, I do regret the time, place, and manner I chose to say it, and my uncouth choice of parting words to you in particular. If you require that I apologise for my lack of decorum in person, I shall unreservedly do so. However, I'm also aware of your antagonistic behaviour towards my siblings, and this concerns me greatly. Whatever quarrel you may yet have with me, I must respectfully ask that you do not take it out on them, nor use their protectiveness of me to do them harm. If you can find it in your heart to refrain from committing any dishonourable acts against them in the melee today, I can assure you that my gratitude will be swift, material, and effusive. I would appreciate your response at your earliest convenience to let me know if you consider them settled, or if there is more you would have of me in order to settle it. Sincerely, Adam.
I think I have to look those words up.
Sorry, he's a wordy person.
Oh.
I usually don't get stumped, but
Effusive? Is that the one?
effusive, yeah.
Eh.
From context, but still.
Oh,
Luke,
Lord.
Luke is
the-
like,
the-
yeah, I think there was a girl in the street of silks that taught me the effusive maneuver.
Oh, that's one right before you. Okay, yeah, I know that one.
There are other drafts with like bits in Dornish and stuff, but like that has fallen by the wayside somewhere around the third or fourth draft.
One paper is just Adam Corbray is wrote everywhere.
Little heart,
Practicing the signature.
Mhm.
hearts, smoochies.
It's crossed out in anger though.
Well, that would be more correct. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of scribbling and ink blots and the occasional "what the fuck are you doing?" and so on.
So on the show of our pretend TV show of this, as Reyna is reading that mid straightening up the desk, the camera is following the young King's Landing boy weaving through the crowds of the pavilion ground with the load in hand and delivering it to the Corbray Pavilion. That's what the camera's following while Reyna's doing the reading, is the final draft of that letter being carried off to the Corbray Pavilion across the tourney fields. And then the camera snaps back to Reyna. So what we got here?
I stack up the papers. And then I carry them out of the tent in a wad of, I don't know what you call this, paper, or I assume we have finely milled paper. And
Parchment.
There we go. And I take it over to the campfire and I drop it in. And if I see Adam, I look right at him.
Rita, what's that?
I neatened up your desk for you, since it was left in disarray and all the rest of your things were so neat, and I thought it would make you feel better.
Just now, Luke and Bela return, so they see these two. Vanen is beating a hasty retreat to go get the horses off of the cart, etc., etc.
I'll
and
pull
you
it
see-
here if it pleases you, milady. Or shall we go to another pavilion?
I'm afraid that
that's-
I smell the sausages on, and I'm hungry. Would you park the wagon, please?
Yeah,
Oh yes, of course.
someone's potatoes are cooking.
And then I stop. I look at what's going on.
So that's what you two will walk up on, is your those two having a conversation.
Look, Bella.
Hey, Adam. How's it going?
Did-
You feeling all right?
I have a bit of a headache, but
I look
I'm
to Reyna.
fine. Apart from that, I'm fine.
We'll go get some more
Ever
wine.
so much
Hair
better
the dog,
now.
come on.
Oh no! If I try and drink some wine, I'll be sick.
Oh, no problem.
No, you won't.
Have this. I'll hand him like a bottle.
Uh,
It's not wine.
oh right. Wait, what is it?
Not wine.
Not wine.
Lots of things are not wine.
It's like
Like
a.
these
I guess it is a
sausages, for
wine.
instance.
It's like a barley
Basilisk
wine.
blood is not wine.
It's. I'm not gonna give you basilisk blood. I don't
I
even
was
know where
just
to get
making.
that.
I was making a point, brother. Right. Fine. I'll drink it if it's fine. What is it?
Oh shit! Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I want to turn back to Reyna, real quick. You didn't leave with Lucas last night, did you?
I'm sorry. What? Which Lucas?
Oh, I'm sorry. That was the Bayless. Bela, not the Reyna. I apologize.
Okay.
What?
Like as an aside, before I get into the conversation.
Okay.
Yes.
Because
Sorry, my confusion.
What? No. No, I I left with Sir Vannon and we walked and talked for a while.
I don't find that any better. Okay, back to this. What's going on?
Okay.
All right. Adam and I are a bit put out with each other right now because I snooped into his things and
You did
discovered
what?
something.
Why?
Oh, Adam, that sword you got for Oris is here.
I didn't get Oris' swords.
No, who did them?
I don't know.
Did I?
Let me see it. What did Tobamots?
Okay. Lukex roll put out, goes back to the wagon and grabs this goddamn sword.
This huge sword.
Wow, that's enormous. Did Tobamots say it was from someone? Because I did not ask for this.
Mm-mm.
No, I just assumed you bought it for him.
No, I did not.
Hey, don't let me change the subject. What is this about? We're going to melee today. We can't have this going on. What's happening? Snooping, what'd you find?
I was just writing some letters, and Raina, I'm sure you meant well, but I'd rather you had asked me before going and doing that.
Oh, Adam. I also am sure that you meant well, but I rather wish you had asked me before begging for mercy from someone I've yet to face in battle.
I would
I
not.
look at Adam.
I do not perceive any of what I wrote to be begging, but I appreciate that I have made you angry, and I'm sorry.
You've insulted my pride. I'll be very clear. I'm not.
I am sorry that I made you feel like that. That was not my intention. I was just trying to mitigate the harm that I may have done last night.
Oh, by the seven. What the hell did you do?
Oh, he just insulted Sir Lin Corbray and told him to get fucked.
I remember that.
You do, right?
Yes.
Yeah, what do you do worth apologizing for?
Well, because I don't want him to fight one of you over it.
See,
Well, I hate to break things to you, Adam, but we're about to be in a melee with him.
I know, but that's different. The melee is sport.
It's something.
it is a competition. Accidents happen, but he would. I appreciate that you are concerned for our safety. And that you are worried that Lynn Corbray, Sir Lynn Corbray, a knight of the realm, might choose to attempt to murder us in the melee to get even with you.
That wording is a little strong, but
Not completely outside of the realm of your imagination, I am sure.
no.
Based on
Rusty,
what we know.
with my knowledge and just general beat around, do I know Corbray prefers men?
I would.
As a
You
Dornish
may-
person, it's something I'm super concerned about, but just would I know that or not?
He is not in King's Landing enough for it to probably come up. Given your character's proclivities with the ladies, if you had been like squired in the Vale somewhere, you probably would have picked it up from girls in the Vale that tried to flirt with him. But he's not exactly known to come to King's Landing often enough for it to
Okay.
have probably reached you. No.
Okay, then that will have no effect on my opinion of this.
Well, that having been said, when he came over to like taunt you three, when you like said to him like, I hope your sword play is as good as your like tongue play or something, he like did pointedly look at Adam and like,
Oh, okay. That's a
I
good
do
point.
remember that.
so like there you may have picked up on like a bit of a hint of it.
Okay. Just want to get in the right headspace. Okay.
Nonetheless, it's done. It's already in the hands of a messenger and is probably arriving in his encampment as we speak.
Like, I mean, he might just disregard it. I'm sorry that that it was insulting to you. I would never want to hurt you.
Very well.
I was just trying to unfuck the situation.
We have a way to do that, and it's the way Reyna dealt with the young boy the other day.
I think that's the last thing
Murdering
we
him?
need. Look,
What?
I said I think that's the last thing that we need.
Right.
Our people don't back down and turn tail.
Well, I didn't do that.
Oh, let's hope. I haven't read this mysterious letter.
I burned it.
I just said that while I stand by what I said about how they treat women, I regretted that I chose a very uncouth and public way to express it. I probably shouldn't have just shouted at them in front of the king. And I respectfully asked that any quarrel he has with me, he does not take out on you.
I'm not sure how that's possible. Go ahead.
Nonetheless, we had a melee in not too long ago. I looked at my watch. My King's Landing watch.
That sundial, we got to turn the right way.
It has special ASOS mechanical bits. Anyway, we have a melee coming up. We should focus on our tactics and our plan, which I believe I've left in Bela's hands.
Indeed.
And I
Very
also
well.
believe it comes down to who is like on each side of us when it opens. Because we weren't allowed to know that information, correct?
Nope. You guys don't know how the 7 teams will be arrayed, and you're not sure exactly who is on every team. Some teams have been quite forthcoming and kind of bragging about who they've got. Like, yo, check out this lineup, like early in a fantasy league in real life. Other teams have kept it a little closer to their chest. Master of the Lists was at the feast last night, but nobody decided that the Knights of House Errol were particularly friendly and approachable for some reason. So nobody tried to schmooze them or otherwise get that info. So yeah, you are not sure exactly who you'll be fighting. You're not sure where all the teams will be in the battlefield. Planning's kind of tough.
For the record, I just want to say that I do not want to start by opening direct conflict with the team that has the Tyrell contingent on it.
That's
Yeah, that seems
probably
foolish
wise.
Right? So
for multiple reasons.
them and
I'm in no, I'm by no means an expert at all, but I would probably say it'd be wise to avoid the Tyrells and the Royces.
well, the one thing I want to accomplish today is handily destroying the Ironwoods team. So I don't know whose team they're on, or if they form their own. but we will find out. I do like the Ironwoods. I would like to look terrible when compared to us in
Very
front
well.
of King's Landing.
It's a little late to express this opinion, but we will make it happen.
It'll come down to a lot of factors on where we're located, where they are, and what enemies might come for us despite having better targets, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I agree.
If I may, do not engage any target alone. We go 2 to 1 if ever possible. 3 to 1 if we can.
Right. Rusty, so outside of this conversation, this seems like something that my warfare and tactics might be able to help in. Is there anything that I can use to give us some sort of advantage?
A bit, but given that there's no real like terrain to speak of in a melee, it's not some ornate thing that's being fought on like fake ships, like in the Roman Colosseum, or it's everybody knows that the melee is just going to be the big open ground. So there's not like terrain to particularly take advantage of without knowing the next closest thing to the lay of the land, which is going to be where the teams are. It's difficult to really try to make tactics rolls.
Okay.
Some sound tactics that would work in warfare or fighting bandits or whatever might actually be frowned upon here. Luke's suggestion to team up on people, you could get away with it in the chaos of a melee, but remember, most people in the melee are knights, so there may be expecting kind of a series of one-on-one fights until teams get decimated enough that that's difficult. So it could be kind of an expectation of superheroes and supervillains that kind of square off and fight one by one until one team starts to win, and then you gang up. Like that might be more of the social expectation up here in the north, instead of Bela getting on all fours behind Lynn Corbray and Luke shoving him so that he falls over backwards. It might not be the standard.
Let's do that.
Wow.
The Three Stooges schoolyard gang up might be kind of frowned upon.
Adam hits him with a ladder from off stage.
Yeah, Adam grabs metal folding chairs, and when the ref's not looking. Yeah, so
parry this, you fucking casual.
Yeah, so you may be able to make tactics rolls mid-fight once you see the situation that's before you, because you can do that with the tactics skill or that specialty under warfare.
Yeah.
There are rules for letting you do that, but you really can't do it ahead of time just because there's not much to work with without knowing the lineup, without knowing what teams are around you. So it is certainly something that could come up mid-fight. But from here in the pavilion grounds, there's not a lot of processing you can do.
Yeah, then I'll know for the future when we get into the actual fighting for that. I'm also a little bit concerned that Orton Lucas might be a little bit independent of a team and get a little bit bloodthirsty and leave us.
Just quick reminder, it's Nathan, not Orton.
Gosh. Ugh.
It's all right.
Yes,
To be honest, sister, I would suggest Nathan and Oris, we kind of let them be on the outskirts of our line and do the damage they do.
Yeah.
When they come for them, we try to peel them off. Because trying to get those two to, well, especially Lucas, I don't know about Oris, but Lucas work as a team.
And you guys are forgetting about Sir Will of Will, our cousin.
I'm not forgetting about our cousin.
Lord Will.
Because he is not exactly the most knightly of knights. And
well, that might be because he's a lord.
Yeah, that's true. He is a lord. But he is not going to be easily directed either.
No, but also him and Lugus both have the same advantage that in the chaos of battle, they just might
Right.
not consider them part of our contingent, and that should give us an advantage.
Their unpredictability is going to be. We need to turn it to our advantage.
But us core 3 need to be back to back if possible.
Okay.
Do remember
right.
that no plan survives first contact with the enemy.
That's why we keep it flexible
Yeah.
and we adapt. Very well.
All right. Any
My
other-
lady, may I help you into your armor?
Not yet. I believe we still have a few minutes, and I'm going to enjoy the sausage and these potatoes.
Very well. I make a big showy bow, and I go to put my armor on.
Is it?
What's going on with him?
It's the melee day. It's a thing.
Right. All right.
So,
So-
landing.
Any other particular topics of conversation, or do we want to cut to our action movie montage of everybody getting armored up? What do we got?
Adam is going to avoid any
Let's-
chance to be asked more questions.
All
You
right,
jump right in montage. Sorry, montaging.
Erica, what do we got?
So I'll say that the gift that I got from the ladies of the city a few days ago. Do you remember that gift?
Yeah.
I asked Tobo Mott about it, and he says that this is a really old dagger that comes from his homelands, and is made by the master blacksmith over there.
Fascinating.
Yeah, he said it's a unique, one of a kind. Unsure if really how many that are similar to it. There's none exactly the same, but
Well, that's a very special gift then.
yeah. So the question remains: who would have had it here, and who would have given it to me? Yeah.
Do you think it could have been Lady Olenna?
Potentially.
I'm thinking of who has openly approved of you defeating Nymaryen.
Like
I mean,
all
I know
of
that's
the
a lot,
ladies in the city.
but yeah, but someone who would sign something from the ladies of the city. I mean, I expect it's probably a woman who sent it to you. That's what I would guess from that message.
I'd be inclined to agree. But it could also be a very witty person who would take advantage of the situation.
I'm ready to yell through the tent. I could ask around the Street of Silk.
That-
No.
You don't think those
Probably-
ladies might have issue with Marin
I think-
Trent?
Look, you're just looking for an
Alright.
excuse to go there. Just go there.
Sure. Yeah, ask around, but be discreet. We don't know if this is a friendly gift or something that might be used for us later.
I mean, you might want to start with the madams rather than the girls themselves, because we're looking at someone with considerable means to be able to afford such a unique thing.
As Adam explains across the tent to Luke, how to deal with prostitutes and pimps, he's gonna roll his eyes.
I'm not saying how to deal with prostitutes and pimps. I'm trying to narrow the search. I'm not
You'll
quite-
remember that Adam has been raised in a pretty good-sized city, but it is a northern city, so.
It's all.
This is a northern city too.
This is not about.
Out of my head, Bela.
This is not about brothels and prostitutes. This is about who has the means to do a thing. That's got nothing to do with profession. It's who is wealthy enough to afford a unique weapon like that.
That's the thing. The establishment owners can afford it, but they're not going to because they don't care. The girls, on the other hand, will care.
But can't afford it.
You get it out
Go
together.
trade.
All right, I
guess
will
we'll
assume
find
that
out.
that's fine. I will assume you know countless wealthy prostitutes, Luke. I will stay out of your business.
Appreciated.
You guys.
Okay.
You sure are a true knight.
Oh, I love it.
I'm ready for the fighting.
All right.
Adam's clearly hangry.
Okay, then. We're going to have a brief montage of everybody getting all armored up in their Sunday best. If Sunday is the day that you go do murder to people while wearing your heaviest armor.
Or Dornish, so probably.
So you guys have the ward of your house available to help some of you armor up, and you have your squire as Oris Waters to help armor up. In exchange, both of those two are also going to need help getting armored up because they're in fairly sturdy, heavy armor as well. But after a quick montage of strapping and buckling and lacing and lifting and the clank of metal and yada yada yada, everybody's done up and looking pretty badass, except for Adam, who his sections of the montage were like tightening a normal belt on a normal pair of pants type of thing, and adjusting the angle of the feather in his cap, and, just normal clothes, but looking very fancy, because Adam is going to be waging a war all his own today as the sole representative of House Nymaryen in the stands. So we are going to camera cut right to there, as Adam is getting situated in the sands, and as every armored, burly, armed, ready to do damage Mama Jama in King's Landing is marching through the tourney grounds to the central area. So we're gonna go right to like some team introduction stuff. You hear random snippets of gossip as you're making your way through the crowds, as always. You occasionally hear industrious small folk hawking their wares. You can see there's Bessa of Fleabottom selling some
Yay!
some sweet rolls and buns and biscuits and such.
Part of Luke's like gearing up montage. He's grabbing one of those.
It's like a gauntlet going on his hand, and then the guy grabbing a sweet bun and lifting the visor to stuff it in there. So she's making the rounds, and she coos and yells and waves and feeds each of you.
Never had
and
a mom before.
She interrupts her random hawking of wares with, "Well, looky here, it's Sir Adam the Archer, giving everyone a copper piece off every biscuit they buy. Oh, as generous as he is accurate, that Adam the Archer, selling the biscuits of champions we are."
Wow,
And
she's
immediately pivots it
fantastic
into
and a wonderful hype man.
Right?
So
She's
she makes
awesome.
she makes sure
Got
to
boxes of Adam on the cover.
yeah. She's got street urchins running through the streets holding up loudspeakers like, "I'm Adam the Archer and these are the best biscuits in the Citadel." But yeah, so she hollers all that and then stuffs a little like handkerchief wrapped bundle of some like bacon sandwiches on biscuits into Adam's hands, and shoos him off towards the benches where the highborn will watch, while the rest of you are carb loading and like heading off to the team prep area. So we'll
Small folk made, Adam approved.
and there's knights and warriors and cut purses and prostitutes and all manner of small folks. This is everybody's favorite chance to watch the highest number of highborn beat each other into the mud all at once. And they're like, this is even better than a joust because no horse can get hurt. Like, it's just highborn people beating the crap out of each other. This is the best.
Just us assholes.
So it's this huge, teeming oceans of small folk, a comparatively small contingent of highborn, with just a few small kind of sets of stands. There's not as much seating. There's a few highborn ladies that are sitting delicately. There's a few great big royal chairs on their special kind of upraised little stand there. Cersei, you see for the first time in days, and she's looking a little ragged for somebody that is just still drop dead gorgeous. She looks kind of visibly angry, and very kind of pinch faced, and she's holding like a silken handkerchief type of thing in knots around her hand, and she's just glaring daggers across the ground, down towards where some of the highborn are watching, and following her gaze, you see Sir Brendan Tully, the Blackfish, standing with Miranda Royce and Maya Stone, Adam. So there's a little bit of a spot up there. You could maybe find some friendly faces. But with Cersei, you do see young Princess Marcella watching some of her tourney.
Finally.
Some of her name
Oh.
day tourney. So she's got a fancy little chair with a couple extra cushions on it. And she's got
Is
a
the
little...
Kingslayer up there?
You don't see Sir Jaime. You
Oh,
don't
that's
see
concerning.
any members of the Kingsguard up there. At a glance from your spot on like a different area, you do see a couple of kettle blacks flanking that raised little dais, and you also see the Hound standing there as the sworn shield of Joffrey, who is also up on the little dais, and he is sitting on his chair. You don't see Tommen. He is not seem to be making an appearance, but you've got Joffrey and Marcella and the Queen Cersei all up there without any Kingsguard. They're using their kind of sworn swords of the Hounds and what seems to be some kettle blacks. So you've got that going on over in the Royal Pavilion. And as the rest of you are milling around and following a squire from House Florent, who's stepping up to organize, people by teams, and you can see that they've got a 7-pointed star is like the shape on the ground, that's like walled in. So they took the tilting wall, the barrier that divided the knights there, and they've kind of broken it up and done, like the octagon in UFC, only it's 7-sided. And you see teams gearing up at each. There's a gap where each of the corners should be, and that's where they're kind of corralling everybody in. So
Hey, Rusty.
Yeah, what's up?
As I approach the 7-sided arena, I will take a little kneel in front of the 7-pointed star that it's made up into. Take a few moments and then stand back up.
You do not seem to be the only knight doing so. At a glance, you guys do see a little bit of a hubbub over one of the teams, where Bronze Jan Royce's youngest son, Waymar Royce, is kneeling, and standing over him is John Arryn, Hand of the King and Lord of the Vale, and he is knighting the lad. So apparently, runner-up in the Squire's Joust is enough to get him knighted. The Hand of the King and Lord of the Vale is doing the knighting.
I will approach and give my respects.
Bronze Jan pulls his son up by the hand afterward. So looks like Oris didn't have to throw the match for Waymar to get his father's approval, type of thing. So there's several knights are wandering over, much like Luke is, and just giving him a clap on the armor, that sort of thing. So there's that going on.
Yeah, there's definitely a handshake and a forearm grasp, and congratulations, and a nod to his father.
It's returned. The kid looks like he's on cloud 7. He's got on a black cloak because you remember it's Cloud 7 instead of Cloud 9 because it's Westeros. So it's 7. But you remember
one of the voices in the joust was it Andar?
Robar won his round in the joust but was injured, so he forfeited in the next round. Waymar was in the Squire's joust. And that's how he was hoping to make
I won against A. Royce in round 2. I think it was Andar.
Yeah, I think it was Andar, his the eldest son.
We gave each other a nice, respectful kind of nod, and it was it was good stuff.
So Waymar is sworn to take the black, and as a nod towards that, he is wearing a black cloak right now. It's just undecorated black. As kind of a nod towards his upcoming obligation. So this is kind of his last hurrah before going even farther north and freezing to death a bachelor someday. So people seem to be, congratulating him on that. And it would seem that his brother Robar, his concern about Waymar not getting knighted unless he won. Seems like maybe Dad's not as big a hard ass as he wants, and he doesn't want to send one of his boys north without his spurs. So looks like Robar was a worrying big brother for no reason. But yeah, as you're making your way back over, getting corralled back over to your team, and as and this is stuff that you hear also, Adam, over in your neck of the woods. John Aaron weaves through the crowd and is making a way up to the royal stand there to have a seat. Looks like he just went over to knight the kid. But you hear lots of people talking about last minute changes in the rosters, and Sir Eris Oakhart withdrew from his team. And blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, Mandon Moore also left his team at the last minute. And
there's a very clear concern on Lucaris's face as he hears this, and again does not see any members of the Kingsguard.
Indeed. So there's that going on. But before long, the time comes for the official introductions. We are not going to do my full Grandmaster Pycelle introduction routine for all 49 of the people that
we can just fast forward 2 hours from now.
Yes, that would require putting a timestamp into the YouTube video as 49 Grandmaster Pycelle paced introductions later. We would finally be done. So
if we get enough viewers, maybe there'll be bonus content.
Yeah, do a whole video of just Grandmaster Pycelle's notes of the tourney. It could be just a whole thing of Grandmaster Pycelle's official write-up for future historians to read. So instead, we're going to do kind of the high points. As the teams are getting arrayed and introduced, we are here this day to honor the courage and gallantry of knights and warriors from across the 7 kingdoms, waging war in the name of the 7. In the name of the Father, Lord Beric Dondarrion. And Lord Beric leads the way, accompanied by Sir Balin Swan, toting his Morning Star, Sir Richard Horp, a grim-faced Crownlander, Lord Bryce Caron, also of the Stormlands, Sir Guyard Morrigan, Sir Bryndon Blackwood, a Riverlander, and the Bastard Walder Rivers, another Riverlander, and another one that you've run into in the joust. What we're going to do for each of these, do any of the PCs, one per PC per team. Do you have a question about any one of those 7? So one PC want to ask about one NPC on that squad. Random note, reminder, information stuff.
I guess I will ask about Beric Dondarrion because I find him interesting, and we might as well have the info on the stream.
All right. Lord Beric Dondarrion is a dashing young knight that is more renowned for gallantry than experience at this point in his career. He is wearing his fancy black cloak with the Dondarrion lightning bolt on it. This purplish white design on an otherwise stark black cloak that is totally sweet and bitchin' and like castle forged cloak. So it's got like really cool like lighting effect type of stuff in like the stitching work or whatever the description is for that. So he's very proud of that cloak. You may remember that he defeated the lady Alisane Mormont rather gallantly in the tourney. But he is a Stormlander that is betrothed to the Lady of House Dane, a Dornishman. And his squire is Edric Dane, the Lord of Starfall. Edric is not on the team with them. Looks like they're all knights and lords on the team of the Father.
And kind of a follow-up, there's currently no Sword of the Morning, is that correct?
Correct. The Sword of the Morning is chosen from the ranks of House Dane. Edric is not yet a knight, so it might be that it's probably going to fall to him, but we don't know. Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
And following in the last of them and kind of closing the gap as the seven of them file into the interior and, you know, wave to the crowd or look grim-faced at the crowd, game faces on type of stuff. Following in Sir Balin Swan of the Lantern Jaw. He's a handsome, kind of rough-hewn fella that does crack a smile for the crowd. They like his Morning Star work. He's the one that knocked Robar Royce out. But just behind him is Sir Preston Greenfield of the Kingsguard in full Kingsguard panoply. Helmet on, game face on, white cloak, white armor, with a wicked-looking, faintly oversized sword that glints in this late afternoon or late morning, almost high sun. There are sharp edges on the sword that Preston Greenfield of the Kingsguard is holding, and he kind of stops at that gap as the last of them walk in. And then Grandmaster Pycelle continues.
Luke tenses up.
In the name of the Mother, Sir Titos Brax, the heir of House Brax in the Westerlands, is accompanied by Sir Robert Brax, his younger brother, Sir Merlin Crakehall, also of the Westerlands, Sir Aaron Santagar, Red Ronnet Connington, Sir Amory Lorch of the Westerlands, and a gold cloak that you lot met on your way into the city. Alar Deem.
Oh, that.
What's his last name?
Deem. Deem.
Which Santagar was it?
Sir Aaron Santagar, who you squired for.
Yes, I will give a polite bow.
So, was that a request for more information on Alar Deem from Reyna? Because I know
don't
you
what
guys
he's
haven't.
doing in this company.
Yeah, I don't know who
kind
that
of
is.
men.
Okay.
I remember him. He tried to deny us access to the city when we came to the gates.
You would remember that.
Oh,
I know him.
I remember the incident, the name. I love that you remember it.
Go ahead.
We're going to go ahead and give you the reminder on him because you haven't seen him since then. He is the only person not a Sir on that team, and he is one of the few that's not from the Westerlands. But he is as arrogant as he is here in King's Landing because he is renowned as the most deadly sword fighter in the Gold Cloaks. That is the reputation that he has. A bit of a reputation in town for cruelty, but an overwhelming reputation in town as absolutely wicked with a blade. So it looks like maybe they just kind of stacked the deck and went and found themselves someone lowborn but willing to fight for a lot of coin that would fill the ranks for them.
Sisters, we may have a strategy, but if Sir Santagar are to approach our group, allow me to fight him.
Sure.
Oh, right. He's your. Yes, go ahead. Yes.
And rounding out their group and kind of plugging the gap in that spot in the seven-pointed star is Sir Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, with naked steel in his hand, wearing
I'm
the
sorry,
white
what?
wearing the white enameled armor of the Kingsguard and taking his place in the gap in the railing behind them. So filling that spot, just like Sir Preston Greenfield kind of
Second thought.
shut the gate. Jaime Lannister is shutting the gate. He is not an eighth member of their team as they are milling about, but he is the closure behind them, looks like.
Okay, I was worried there for a minute.
Yeah, I was freaking out a little. Like
They
Robert
are-
was.
Face was like, shit.
They are teams of 7, and then the octagon is closed behind them by a member of the Kingsguard, it would appear.
Oh,
In
I'm
the
relaxed.
In the name of the warrior, Sir Garland Tyrell of Highgarden. And sure enough, Sir Garland the Darlin leads in a contingent
Everyone,
of-
keep your panties on.
of Reach Knights.
Me especially.
Following him immediately is Sir Garth Greysteel, Knight of House Hightower in Old Town. Then Sir Emmon Quee, Sir Parman Crane, who you recently had dinner with, Sir Desmond Redwine of the Arbor, Sir Edmund Ambrose, and his sibling, young Squire Alan Ambrose, who bears a Tyrell hanky tied around his sword arm. You may remember that he is betrothed to a distant cousin of House Tyrell, and he was shouting in her name when jousting earlier.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, he's the romantic one.
Oh bless.
As opposed to the unromantic Tyrell at all.
But
That
he
one
is
exists.
yes, he is betrothed to Eleanor Tyrell, so he keeps shouting her name at the joust and all that stuff. So
That's
anybody
clever.
looking, and then plugging the gap behind them is Sir Boros Blunt, who still manages to look rather dangerous in the full Kingsguard garb with naked steel in hand, as he kind of fills in that spot behind them. It's a third member of the Kingsguard, apparently playing ref today, perhaps. Anybody looking for a reminder or info dump on any of the members of the team of the warrior?
Greysteel is not a name I remember ever hearing.
Okay. So Sir Garth Greysteel. Hello? There we go.
Yep. And a Squire Wayne.
Jeez.
1 second, sorry. I managed to
I,
yes, I got it.
Wait, Gar.
I'll just ruin things while Rusty looks stuff up.
Yep. No, I
What?
I managed to unplug my headset and then plug it into the wrong spot. So I was doing sound, I think, but not getting sound, and it was a mess. Anyway,
David here,
Garth
excellent.
Hightower is the second son of House Hightower, just known as Garth Greysteel. He is 40, 45-ish, pretty grizzled looking for a Reach Knight, and yeah, second son of Lord Leighton of House Hightower. In the name of the Smith, Lord Jon Royce of Runestone, and Bronze Jon leads in a contingent, followed by his eldest son, Sir Andar, his youngest son, the newly knighted Sir Waymar Royce, the captain of the guard in the Eyrie, Sir Vardis Egan, John Aaron, Hand of the King's Squire, Hugh of the Vale, Then Lynn Corbray, swaggering with Lady Forlorn in hand, and young Michael Redfort, his squire, and reputedly himself one of the most dangerous blades in the Vale.
This is gonna be fun.
That's
Anybody looking for a particular reminder on any of them, or have they all come up often enough that you are suitably cowed?
I will say, just as a reminder, Andar Royce, I defeated in the joust, and then Egan defeated me in the next round.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask about Egan, but there we go.
And then lots of stuff about all Lynn Corbray, you guys already know.
Yeah, I feel very much justified in saying avoid the Royce.
I feel like we have a
That's a
lot of
strong
personal
feeling.
involvement in this. I have a lot of personal involvement in this group, so...
The Kingsguard knight that follows them in and closes the door behind them is Sir Mandon Moore. Oh, look. In the name of the maiden, the Lady Rhaena, heir to Wyvern's Rest.
Us.
Could be worse. We got the stranger.
Sir Vannon Rivers, the White Raven. Sir Lucaris Nymaryen.
Woo! Luke will wave to the people.
Lady Bela Nymaryen.
Yay! Yeah, I'm gonna make a huge fuss.
Sir Nathan of House Lugus. He, of course, roars and is, trying to get the crowd psyched up. Lord Willem of Will. He does not play to the crowd. And the Squire Oris Waters. You do hear a woo for a best of bottom, doing the woo girl at a concert thing from across the tourney grounds. And then there's a brief interruption before the next team is announced, with you in particular, Adam, as Lil Robert Frey, Alisane Mormont's squire, comes running up to like where you're at like the best seats up front, and he's wiping away some tears and snot, and he can tell he's wearing like a tabard with the house colors, and he's got a him-sized sword in his belt and some faintly oversized gauntlets on, and wearing chainmail under his tabard. So it looks like he tried to be all armored up, and he kind of crowds up right next to you because you guys were nice to him, Adam in particular. He goes, they said I couldn't fight.
Oh.
And then you hear Grandmaster Pycel's watery voice.
Wait, hold on. Who's the Kingsguard that plugs the entrance to our...
Yeah, there is the gallant Sir Eris Oakhart, is the one that follows you lot in.
I was afraid it was going to be a different, very
No, you
coincidental.
You don't have to turn your back on Marin Trant
Yes,
to
thank
start
you.
a fight. No.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, you have Eris Oakhart, who is gallant and easy on the eyes, and one of few, perhaps, that everyone pretty much agrees deserves his position all around, for chivalry and skill at arms.
And he's really good looking.
In the name of the Crone, Sir Cletus of House Ironwood. He is followed on by his much bigger brother, Sir Archibald Ironwood. Then comes Black Walder Frey from the Riverlands, and Sir Henry Bracken of the Riverlands.
Oh my gosh.
Sir Reynard Ruttiger, Sir Bruce Buckler, and Sir Raymond Nayland. looks like a bit of a kind of a catch-all team,
Eh.
but it's hard to miss those Ironwood boys, especially Archibald and his bulk, and Blackwalder Frey and his reputation for cruelty. They are followed in by Sir Marin Trant, who is almost unrecognizable in his full gear, not giving you the stink eye, but instead looking impassive and like a statue, and almost like a ghost, filling that gap and standing still and, looking like he's taking his duty seriously.
Hey, Rusty, the chat has a question about how old the Frey boy is.
Little Robert Frey,
Yes.
Yeah.
he's 11-ish.
Okay.
So kind of your average squire, low squire age. Yeah.
And for us players, we can call this team asshole.
Yeah.
If you'd like. What's our one question for a member of the Team of the Crone?
Hmm.
Anybody got one?
What assortment of weapons did they bring?
Okay. Looks like all swords.
Okay, good.
Like quite a few of these teams, most people only bring something besides a sword if they're particularly well practiced in it. Most knights like to show off that they own swords because they're expensive and, that sort of thing. They're not ideal in real life for this sort of fight, but in Westeros and with these game mechanics, they're still the favorites.
Yeah.
So yeah, looks like an assortment of swords, though Archibald Ironwood does have just a sword. He has not got a shield.
Okay.
So it's a big-ass sword. And then lastly, Grandmaster Pycelle's reedy voice lifts up over the crowds. It's quiet. And fighting in the name of the stranger. And he casts a glance up towards Jon Arryn, Hand of the King, and Queen Cersei up there in this royal box. And Jon Arryn just kind of nods. He goes, led by Thoros of Myr, who is not highborn and is not well regarded by the highborn. So the flamboyant red
I regard him.
in his chainmail over red robes leads the way, followed by Lothar Brune, a sellsword of low birth,
Hey, we met him.
Yep.
followed by Alysain Mormont, barely highborn. Oh,
Okay, I want this team to win. Can we throw them out?
followed by Sir
Don't you dare throw this match.
followed by Sir Langley Woods. Oh,
Oh,
bless.
gangly Langley, trotting in alongside the Lady Alysain. Followed by Sir Justin Massey of the Crown Lands, a handsome fellow with a neatly trimmed beard who once squired to King Robert. You went out a wenching with him a few times. It's said that he caught a taste for the ladies while squiring for the king. Followed by, you can't hear Grandmaster Pycelle because the small folk are roaring, flailing their arms, leaping up and down. And then you see a Titan making his way through the crowd that, if you count the tips of the gilded antlers on either side of his great helm, stands well over 7 feet tall.
Fuck yeah.
Clad all in the yellow and black of House Baratheon, with a breastplate that has been partially gilded with the crowned stag of House Baratheon on it, but a breastplate that doesn't quite fit with the rest of the plate and mail that he is wearing. Bela and Luke recognize it as a hasty job of trying to reshape this armor, and it still doesn't quite fit right. But there is no denying that as he strides into the tourney ground, with the living legend Lord Commander Barristan Selmy of the Kingsguard behind him, you feel a moment's pity for what must have been Prince Rhaegar Targaryen's last sight, as
He's gone mad.
King Robert Baratheon lifts his hammer to the roars of all Westeros
Holy
and
shit.
finishes
Okay.
off the final team of the melee.
Whew. This is gonna be a rough fight.
Round 10 and 6. Who did I miss? Thorsamir, Lothar,
Thoros, Lothar,
Langley, Massey, Robert. Is Barristan on this freaking team?
no,
Oh.
Sir Osmond Kettleblack. Sorry, I skipped him.
Oh, thank God.
I was like, I'm not.
It's just the king and everybody else. It's fine.
And Barristan Selmy.
So, we're going to do two things real quick. Chat, I need a number between 1 and 6, and then I need a different number between 1 and 6. These teams are numbered, not in the order that you might necessarily think, but one of these is going to be the team that is 2 team maidens left. The other one is going to be the team that is to team maidens right.
Okay.
So these numbers are going to determine what
Oh,
teams
jeez.
are flanking you guys. But once we get those numbers, Erica, let's go ahead and cut to our mid-game break, because
Okay.
we're going to come back and we're going to roll initiative and we're going to start
good.
slinging some motherfucking dice. So, chat, sometime while we're away for this break, give me another number between 1 and 6. Locke gave us a 5. No, we already got a 5. Qatar, pick something else. Locke gave us a 5. So we need a 1, 2, 3, 4, or a 6. And also, on topic, you guys do have a recent choice of royal boon to thank for King Robert Baratheon being on the field, because House
Whoa.
Baratheon was chosen. So we pumped up all the gifts for the tourney by a level to show the generosity of House Baratheon, but also Bobby B took the field. They replaced Lil Robert Frey with Big Bobby B
You know,
to finish
I-
off the team of the
I have to say,
Wow.
this Robert replacement, I don't approve of.
Right?
So we officially
As
have
a
a
Robert.
1. We have a 1 and a 5. So we will array the teams when we come back for initiative. Erica, take us out. We're going to do our break a hair early. So when we come back, we're going to come right into the melee. See you
And
guys
we're
in a
all
couple
dead.
minutes.
Ah.
this shit.
Ours is the fury indeed.
This shit.
Welcome back, everybody. Don't mind me, I just had to go get changed at the break. We are picking up right where we left off with my main man and yours, Robert Baratheon, waving around his warhammer, psyching up the crowd, and just roaring with that battlefield voice that smashed the Targaryen dynasty at the Battle of the Trident. He is not quite waving around the canonical Warhammer that Valyrian Steel makes in real life, because that thing's just fucking silly. It's an anvil on a stick. But he is waving around a great big, larger than anyone else would use it, two-handed kind of maul pretending to be a warhammer. And he is a big and fearsome dude, as can be made out, on the cover art here. He is no longer quite in his prime, but he's still 6.5 feet tall, of muscle and mass, and knows how to use it, waving around a hammer that he is unafraid to sink a sizable portion of the royal treasury into. When he was Lord of, Storm's End as a boy, he made himself the best fucking hammer he could. You notice now that steel haft of that hammer is catching the sun just right as he's holding it overhead and roaring at the small folk and bellowing threats to half the knights and lords of the realm. You think maybe the haft of that hammer might be Valyrian steel. That he was just like, how can I upgrade this and still leave it heavy and stuff? So it's gonna be trouble. And he is just hamming it up. He is hooting and hollering. He is pointedly ignoring the royal box, where Jon Arryn is sitting and looking unhappy about this. Cersei is looking furious. Myrcella has clambered up onto her chair and is hopping up and down. Yay, get him, Papa! And yelling for father. And you're right next to that, Adam. You're right next to the royal box there. So her little sweet voice is piping up. And Joffrey's like, kill them, father! Kill them! Make it as a
Less cool, Joffrey.
Yeah, Joffrey.
This is
But
a
yeah.
bad side.
Well,
Robert Baratheon is there in
Got a bad feeling with this kid.
mildly mismatched armor, but that helmet with the ornate antlers stretching up and behind him, so they're out of the way of most of his swings. They look to be gilded or at least painted in gold. There are gold highlights around the armor here and there, everywhere that there's a black enameled stag. It's on like a gilded field on his armor instead of just yellow. You do notice, because again, several of you have really high awareness, that the yellow tabard that he has on over it has a few wine stains on it already. It looks like maybe he and Thoros of Myr got up early and started a little early, so he's having himself some fun already. But King Robert Baratheon is out to hurt some people.
they're to kidnap names.
So, according to the random numbers that chat gave us earlier,
Let's sling some motherfucking dice.
we are looking at the team of the warrior, led by Garland Tyrell, to the team's left, and the team of the mother, led by the heirs to House Brax, to your right. And that includes Amory Lorch, Alar Deem, Aaron Santagar, and Red Ronnet Connington, the Knight of Griffin's Roost.
As we line up, I'd like to give the Tyrells kind of a knowing nod and just kind of a respectful, good luck.
Okay.
And I'm gonna very noticeably, whether they care or not, turn my attention to Sir Santigar, my teacher. And whether
All
they want
right.
to respect that or not is up to them.
So at this point, real quick, before we start, Bela, give me a warfare test with any bonus dice you've got from tactics.
Okay.
And we'll see if you're able to whip something up real quick as just a freebie action right here.
I have a 14.
Okay, give me 1 second. As my PDF decides to hang on me, Adobe Acrobat Reader is not responding. I can pull out my hardback if I... There we go.
Other PDF readers are available.
All right, it's working. 1 second.
We no longer need to live under the iron
So-
of Adobe.
What we're gonna do for this, you made it. You had a 13. You said
14.
14. All right, even better. I was gonna fudge it by a point if it came down to it to give you an extra degree of success, but 14 is fine. I'm not fudging it for 5 points to give you yet another degree of success. But we'll say in this first round, Bela, you have 2 bonus dice to give to members of your team on whatever test they make this round. Can be you, and it can be both to one person or whatever. But like from here on out, you're going to need to be making some tactics rolls as like an action. But we're going to give you this quick freebie as you bark some orders as people kind of finish getting arrayed and that sort of thing, and you size up the 2 sides. So do that real quick.
Okay. I'm going to keep one for myself, but
Okay.
then I'm going to give one to Sir Will.
Okay.
Sir Will. And I'm going to address the group and say, this is going to be a hard, long fight. Stick together, watch your back, and most importantly, do it for us. Remember the people you have back home. Remember who you're fighting for. We're going to get the glory today, but only if we cooperate.
All right.
Also, if we win, I'll buy drinks tonight.
There you go.
All right. And
Works for Lucas.
starting next round, Adam, you'll get to start doing your bonus dice shenanigans. So just make sure you keep track of who people are kind of fighting. And starting next round, you'll start doing that as they get to one-on-ones. As a team, it sounds like you're mostly looking at the Westerlands and Crownlands contingent. Is that going to be kind of an order? Because if you get all 7 of you looking the other way, Reach Knights are fairly unlikely to try and like flank you and surprise attack from behind. So is any instruction going to go to the NPCs in your group,
Yeah.
telling them to come with you all after the Crownlands? Okay.
Yes.
Just making sure somebody's gonna, tell Nathan, Lucas, and Oris and Will which way to go.
Well, Oris will do what he's told. I don't know about Nathan.
I mean, the last time somebody from your house told him what to do, Oris said no. Oh, you gotta twist that knife a little bit.
Oh, wow.
Gosh.
Yeah,
Um,
I figured
Yeah.
Nathan will be okay if I just point him in a direction and.
All right. So
he'll
as long
just
as
go.
yeah, so some token instruction is going to the NPCs. So as a group, you and the Crownlanders, who are a primarily Westernlands contingent, with Brax, Crake Hall, and Lorch, are kind of eyeing each other.
Yeah.
So you know what? We're actually gonna.
Who's on the other side of the Brax?
I'm gonna keep things vague at this
Okay,
point.
that's fine.
I'm because people are kind of lining up, and that gives me direction to throw whoever I want at you guys next. So
Okay, that's fine.
I'm letting you choose
It's
your
so
opponent,
dusty.
and we're just not going to describe the rest of the fight. So like for this round, until you guys are done with the team of the mother, we're going to be describing the occasional weird shit in the background, and other than that, only describing your team of the maiden against the team of the mother. So don't worry, chat. We're not rolling for the other 44 combat real time. We're doing it as team versus team. Maybe every round everybody gets to check up on one NPC, and I can describe what you see somewhere else. I think I might do that. But yeah, mostly we're gonna do one fight on one fight, notable stuff in the background, and that's gonna be it.
Okay.
So
Very
a quick
cinematic.
reminder. Yeah, exactly. A quick reminder for chat: we are speeding up the normal rules a little bit. In this game, normally you can mitigate damage by injuries, which lower incoming damage equal to your endurance rank, or by taking a wound, which ignores all the damage from an incoming strike. Because people aren't supposed to get seriously hurt in the melee, and mostly to speed things up, we're not playing with the normal rules for wounds. So you might remember we had some knockdown dragouts in the joust where it took us about 45 minutes for one fight between like Bela and Marin Trant, when both fighters are out to take as many injuries and wounds as they can because it's their last stab at glory in a tournament. We can't be taking 45 minutes per dude here, right? For all these combatants you guys are going after, we just can't be taking that kind of time. So we're going to cut out the rules for wounds, which should speed up the fight significantly. And also remember, every weapon is blunted to some extent. Robert makes a big deal of strapping an axe sheath onto the spiked back end of his hammer, and it's got some like padding that he's like lashing to the warhammer front end that is also kind of spiked. The great sword that Oris has, that he just took with a non-committal shrug, because Oris doesn't seem to be very talkative today. You'll notice that it only has a false edge on it. Tobo Mott never actually sharpened it all the way. And with Tobo Mott, you don't think it's because he forgot. So everyone is going through some sort of token cinematic motion to still fight with their signature weapons, but to not be doing quite full lethal damage with them. Realistically, there'd be a little more going on than wrapping Lady Forlorn in a couple rags, or that sort of thing.
Oh
Same
yeah,
with,
he's talking
you
about
know,
anything like as
yeah,
simple
so-
and as
but more needs to go into it to keep some of these weapons from being absolutely lethal. Bela stabbing a motherfucker with sunfire should kill them, just like during the joust. Like, that should be murderous damage. But everybody is going through some token level of padding their weapon and pulling their blows and that sort of thing. And keep in mind that there are 7 members of the King's Guard watching over Robert Baratheon. So if anybody goes for the dagger on their belt instead of their blunted sword, they're going to have Lord Commander Barristan Selmy and Sir Jaime the Kingslayer rolling initiative to see which of them wins to get to roll 800 dice of lethal greatsword damage against somebody. So they're there as referees.
Yeah, earlier when I said
Yeah.
2-1, it wasn't one of you versus 2 of them.
Sure. But yeah, so you've got some very dangerous knights in case anybody hits the king too hard. That's basically the role you can tell now, is they're kind of referees crossed with executioners should anybody get too sharp with his grace.
Okay. Luke spins his spear around and kind of holds it in one hand with the shaft in one hand and the other part of it against his back and the shield in the other. And he eyes his old teacher. He's ready to go.
And Sir Aaron pointedly gives you a nod.
It's very respectful. It's not like I'm going to murder him. It's just let's see what you taught me.
Yep. And he looks more than happy to pair off with you. Is anybody else looking to call out a particular opponent via eye contact and mutual squaring off?
I will say to everybody else, everything Luke said about strategy, he's just ignoring completely.
So anybody else looking to particularly call someone out?
No.
Okay then.
Oh no, Meritrat's not in this, so sorry, I interrupted you, Felicia.
No, it's okay. I'm just gonna be aiming myself at that fucking gold cloak.
Okay, so you're gonna go for Alar Deem. Okay. So that leaves Titos and Robert of House Brax, Sir Merlin Crakehall, Sir Amory Lorch, and Red Ronnet Connington. Oris is digging his feet into the dirt and hefting his greatsword and pointing it at Amory Lorch. You can't see his face under that helm, but he is not hesitating to call out the Knight of the Manticore from the Westerlands, which is a little un-Orisian of him. Looks like your Stormlander, Sir Nathan, he and Red Ronnet Connington, also of the Stormland, they're kind of neighbors. Nathan laughs and points, and he's like, "All right, Griffin, let's clip your fucking wings." And they're bellowing some good-natured taunts and seem to have squared off against one another. And we'll just kind of see where these last couple end up based on initiative rolls. Oh, what do we got? Ash.
Yeah, I mean, like, do I have like any recollection of there being any conflict between Oris and Sir Amory Lorch?
Not that you have heard.
Okay.
Sir Amory Lorch is most famed for ending the Rain Rebellion by casting the 3-year-old Lord Rain down a well, and for being one of the most eager knights to sack King's Landing, including the cleansing of the Targaryens from the Red Keep. There are many conflicting rumors as to just what happened there, but you lot are in on some of the rumors in particular, because remember that the Princess Elia Martell is not terribly distant kin. The most prominent rumors that you have heard in Dorne is that it was Sir Amory Lorch that hacked young Rhaenys Targaryen, the daughter of the Princess Elia and Prince Rhaegar, hacked her to an unrecognizable red ruin.
Fuck. Okay.
So that
Right,
tends
so
to be what Amory Lorch is known for, and Oris has expressed some displeasure with knights that don't deserve it. So it could be that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Cool, thank you.
No problem. But he hasn't, he didn't talk in his sleep all week or anything.
Not that you would know.
About Amory Lorch, that sort of thing. They've been sharing a pavilion tent. They've just been on opposite ends of it.
Why must it end like this, Robert? Our valiant friendship ending with me cutting you into long strips and telling the king that you walked over a very sharp cattle grid in an extremely heavy hat.
Well, let's be honest. I probably deserved it.
All right, then.
I had to bring some Blackadder into it.
Without further ado, let's roll some initiative. So that is agility with the quickness specialty if you have it. But remember that armor penalties apply. So whatever your defense penalty from your armor is, that also applies to the total of this roll. And just give me your totals as you got them.
With
After
penalty
your
18.
After your armor penalty. All right. What do we got for Reyna?
They're moving, never mind.
5.
See, too busy thinking of put downs for Adam.
And Bela.
13.
I'm so sorry, yeah.
Look, it was funny, but geez, oh.
I know, right?
All
I'm so
right.
sorry.
Leading, as far as you lot can see, leading the entirety of the melee in this little 7-on-7 group, we have Lucaris Nymaryen with his 18.
Leroy Jenkins.
Sir Santigar.
You're up, dude. Take your action. Yeah, like you can.
He yells, I feel like hunting a leopard today. Shall we do this? And then he will approach and, making sure he's fully aware and can defend himself. Luke is into attack with his spear.
All right, you are up, sir. Sling them dice.
I'm doing it. Those bonuses are handy. 15, 16 altogether.
Okay. And your base damage?
Base damage is 4.
Okay. That's enough for 3 degrees of success. So that's 12 points. Sir Aaron, by the way, is not in the kind of Dornish military garb that you're used to sparring with him in. He's actually all armored up like a more traditional Westerosi knight for the clumsy kind of chaos of a melee.
Mm-hmm.
So most of your attacks will rebound off his plate, but he does grunt with pain as an attack or two gets through to just the mail, you scored a hit, and some got through.
He nods, and it's very clear to probably Santigar because he knows him well. He's purposely ignoring Lorch so he doesn't fucking murder him.
Sure, you've clearly delineated an opponent and are going for him. Up next, also at 13, is the Gold Cloak Alardim, but we're going to say initiative ties go to PCs. So we're going to go to Bela Nymaryen instead. Nobody is charging you yet with your high initiative, so you can basically take your pick from this team.
All right, so most of them have been sort of been called out. So Reyna has called out Alardim, and the head of the team.
Sir Titos Brax is the head of the team. Nobody seems to have singled him out yet.
I will.
So you could go for him. All right.
I'll call out his name and then move towards him. And as I'm approaching, I will, do a fun flourish with the spear in one hand and then go to make my attacks. And
all right.
That one bonus die from my tactics roll gets me up to 8.
Indeed. So Bela's voice rings out with a Sir Titos on the way over there, and then this dizzying flurry of spear stuff that ends in some attacks.
Yep. I have a 21.
Very nice. That is 5 degrees of success. That was exactly 5.
Wow.
Just barely got the 5th. Because he hasn't been able to act yet, he can't even, he had not declared like a full parry type of thing. And because you are a woman, he's not going to do an interrupt action to do a full parry. Just because it happens to be the first round of a melee and he doesn't think he needs to. And you've also got this impressive flourish that he's like, is she just twirling and showing off? Oh God, the stabbing, right? For a variety of reasons, I'm not going to have him abort his action to try and desperately parry. So That's going to be 5 degrees of success. What's your damage?
My base damage is 5 because I'm
Right.
holding a shield in my offhand.
So that's going to be 25 points of damage coming at
Whoa.
Titos
Woo!
Brax. He is going to knock off 10 of it for wearing finely crafted Westerland's plate, but that leaves him with 15 damage to eat up. So 9 health, so that he has to drop the damage by 8 to not run out of health points there. That's going to leave him 7. That is going to be 3 injuries that he needs to take to knock that damage down enough to not be one-shotted by you.
I imagine if I had been two-hand mode with 6 damage, that might have one shot.
Yeah, that would have been enough. But as it is, he is down to three remaining health, but he is out of injuries to take. So yeah, that was
Yikes.
as an aside, if you do you have a 5 on a die that you had to drop? Because you could
No.
spend a destiny point or something. Like it was pretty damn impressive
The next
if you
one
wanted
was
to
a
one-shot him.
3.
All right. So I'm just saying, if you happen to have enough, that would have been a pretty dope ass way to start. But instead, he is still soundly trounced. Most of these knights, to answer the question in chat real quick, most knights are going to have either 9 or 12 health, and then they're going to have either 9 or 16 points of damage mitigation by taking injuries, because you can take a number of injuries equal to your endurance, and it absorbs the amount of damage equal to your endurance. So, yeah, but that was
Endurance pays dividends.
yes, that was a very solid hit on 13. Also on 13, though, the Gold Cloak LR Deem kind of sardonically salutes the Lady Reyna, who is pointedly, lining up against him, and he rushes and attacks. Would you like to do a full parry instead of an attack this round? Because you can do that before his attack roll.
No, thank you.
Okay. So he comes your way and slings himself a fairly hefty handful of dice. All right. That gives him a pretty solid total. That is a 17. What is your combat defense, madam?
10.
Okay, so that's just going to be 2 degrees of success. That is 10 points of damage.
I will just take a point of damage. My armor rating is a 9.
Alrighty. So he comes and batters at you, but your well-crafted armor holds. And we are just going to cut to your action next, because we've got the NPC on NPC fights I'm not quite doing normal initiative rolls for. So, Lady Reyna, you are up.
I will be glad that he closed the distance for me. And I will counterattack with my longsword.
All right. You can take a lesser action to aim.
To aim.
Since he's close, that's +1 bonus die.
Yes, I will do that.
Gesundheit.
I'm just allergic to these people.
You're allergic to assholes.
All right. I have an 18. 19.
A 19. Okay. Against his combat defense, that is. All right. And what's your base damage?
4.
All right. You respond to his series of cuts, and it knocks him backwards. You've hit him at least as hard as he hit you. And also, with that note, Erica, it is duly noted. Sir Titus Brax's action will be coming up shortly. So there is that. So you cut him back harder than he cut you. You get the feel. So he is rocked back by your attack, using sword and shield to frantically parry, but you get a few solid hits through, and ring his bell pretty good. There is a flurry of activity around the team. I just want to double check real quick, Erica. The other bonus die went to Will, correct?
Yes.
All right, just keeping track of my attacks here. So give me 1 second as we cut to the abstract. Okay. All right. As the round progresses, around you, you see Sir Vannon hard pressed against Sir Robert Brax, and holding his own. Neither of them seems to have an upper hand yet. Okay. Yeah, you're fine. Don't mind the note there. Thank you.
Okay.
Will of Will is going against Sir Merlin Craighall, excuse me, a burly Westerlander, and he seems to be getting the better of him. Will is quicker than Craighall seems to be accustomed to.
I can't imagine two more different styles.
Yes, House Craighall is famed throughout the Westerlands for being big and burly. Like that's kind of their thing. They are the brawniest of them, and yeah, it looks like it's clearly not what Sir Merlin is used to fighting against. Your cousin is still wearing like a breastplate and some mail. He's not completely down armored and just like sexy Dornish leathers or whatever, but it is lighter armor and he's more nimbly pimbly than your opponent seems to be accustomed to. Nathan Lugas and Red Ron at Connington are just trading blows, grunting with exertion and hammering one another's shields into splinters. Sir Titus Brax is preparing a counter attack to you, and you draw your spear back and prepare to like use it to block and parry, and you notice that some of the cloths that you have wrapped around it, partially for decoration and partially to blunt some of the spear strikes, you see streams of red tilting some of that already, and he kind of notices it too, and he's got his sword and shield up, and he kind of glances down, and he sees that the heraldry on his armor is turning red, and he's like, 7 hells. And he kind of laughs about it. He goes, hells, woman, you're fast with that thing. And he tosses his sword into the ground and holds up his hands. Because, yeah, with that piercing one that you've got, that would have been enough damage to make the difference to functionally take him out. Because, that would have required another injury on his part, and he can't take that many of them. So that was a really good time to roll really super well. So Titus Brax, will be down.
I will give a quick bow to indicate respect before I turn my attention.
Yeah, so he's kind of ruefully grinning about it, but he's like, in a melee, like 2 of those got through my armor. Fuck it, I'm out. Like, that's enough for him to go ahead and yield.
It's a very sharp weapon.
And Amory Lorch This is kind of the last of the NPC on NPC action. Amory Lorch is falling backwards away from Oris after one really good swing, but Lorch is clambering back to his feet, trying to kind of muster up his manhood after taking a hit that, Oris with a great sword is a fearsome beast, but he didn't quite one-shot him. But Amory Lorch looks to be doing a full parry with his combat action, just getting his sword and shield up and around him. So that's going to end the first round of your combat. So let's do this. Bela, what is an NPC you want to steal a glance at to see how their first round is going?
I'm interested in seeing King Robert in action. We've heard so many stories. I have to glance.
King Robert seems to be roaring and gleefully wading into the Stormlanders contingent. And you see you see the shield of Lord Bryce Caron just fall to pieces from a foreswing, and then a backswing hammers Bryce Caron up and over the barrier and into the crowd. So Bryce Caron is one-shotted in the snippet of action.
He's a foul ball.
While we are doing this quickly one at a time with PCs, chat, give me a number 1 through 6, followed by a 1 through 7. Okay? So just one of you in chat, give me both numbers for this round. And then next round, we'll have somebody in chat do something different. Does that make sense? 1 through 6, then a 1 through 7. Lady Reyna, what's an NPC you want the camera to swoop in and check on?
Ironwood. Archibald, not Archibald, the elder.
Okay, the heir to House Ironwood.
Yes.
Sir Cletus is currently holding his own against young Waymar Royce.
Okay. So Smith and Crone are against each other right now.
Luke, what's an NPC you're curious about?
I'd like to look across the chaos of the battle, see if I can't find what Lady Mormont is up to.
Okay. The Lady Mormont has followed in the wake of King Robert.
Fair.
And she is currently attacking a grim-faced Brendan Blackwood, one of the 2 Riverlanders in their team. And they're just trading blows. Her axe looks like it's getting the better of his shield, at least. She's hitting a little bit harder than he is.
Okay. Cool.
1, 2, 3. Adam, who are you curious about checking in on, sending our imaginary camera drone swooping towards?
Right. I mean, he's already watching my team, so
Yeah, so just somebody else.
yeah.
Who do you think the camera wants to follow?
Well, I know where Adam's glance would be going, and that would be to see how Sir Lynn's doing.
Right. The team of the Smith has largely engaged with the team of the Crone, but Sir Lynn Corbray has not, leaving their team kind of in a lurch. He is leading a 2-man contingent of himself and Michael Redfort, and he has just cut down Lynn, not Michael, cut down Alan Ambrose. Alan Ambrose, the squire, is like, Eleanor! And Lynn just goes like, Lady for Lord. 3-hit combo, and Ambrose is down. and bleeding from his sword arm.
Oh bless! Like I had high hopes for that poor soul. He seems
And
so.
You can't catch Eleanor.
and Michael Redfort is holding off Desmond Redwine and Edmund Ambrose, which is leaving Garland Tyrell open for Lynn Corbray to engage with shortly.
Yeah,
So,
like
Part
is,
of the melee is getting complicated, yes.
yeah, like I was very much like, is he going to attack any of my family? And is that like weird like grudge with Sir Garland going to come up again?
All right.
Confirmed.
So,
Yeah.
So there's those. And that brings us to the chat pick of, all right, 6 and then 3. You see, trying to guard the back of the Lady Alisane Mormont is Langley Woods.
Oh,
Old gangly Langley is facing off against the bastard Walder Rivers, and mostly just hunkering down behind his shield. Looks like he's doing like the full defense option, and he's just like parrying frantically against the bastard Walder Rivers, who is hacking away at his shield and completely taking the offensive. That was chat's random pick, was swooping in and spying on Langley Woods. That does it for round 1. For simplicity's sake, I'd like to just keep the initiative order that we have, just because it's a big enough fight. So if anybody completely tanked their initiative and really wants to re-roll, you can, from you 3 PCs. But otherwise, I'm just going to keep your initiative and your opponent's initiatives where they are.
I did really tank my roll, but I can't see it getting any better with a -4.
Yeah, the big penalty there kind of adds up. So okay. Erica, are you good with yours?
Oh yeah.
And I doubted Luke
I rolled
was
really
like,
well.
yeah. So you two, I think we're both pretty solid.
Yeah, I had 2 5s and a 6, so I'm gonna re-roll that. Maybe I can get all 6s. We'll see.
All right then. It will circle back around to Luke Harris, who is squared off with the knight that knighted him, Sir Aaron Santagar.
Did Santagar get to attack? I don't recall him.
Oh, he did not. Good call, and that was very chivalrous of you.
Yeah, as a true knight, I will.
Give him his chance to strike a blow.
I was so worried about the other NPCs. Oh no. Yeah, you might regret that.
Oh, I do.
As he
I'm not
keeps,
here.
Yeah.
he kept 2 6s and 2 5s and some other crap. But yes, he rolled pretty solidly.
It's how I've been rolling. I don't like this at all.
It is a 24. What is your
my
combat
God.
defense?
11.
All right.
You could spend a destiny point to
So-
knock that down 1 degree.
That's gonna be
Let's see how much it is.
right now. It's gonna be 3 degrees of success. So you are looking at 15 damage.
Okay, with 15, let's see, I got 9 armor. Knocks that down to 4.
Knocks it down to 6.
6. Whatever math, however math works.
So you're taking 6 damage. You can mitigate it with injuries if you really want, or you can just take the damage.
Yeah, I'll
which
take the damage
doesn't
for
carry
now.
a penalty.
I've got a little
Alright.
buffer, so he gets through my defenses, and yeah, it's pretty hard.
And again, he's using a heavier sword than you're used to. It looks like he's going out of his way to fight in this kind of classical Westerosi style, and it seems to be working for him pretty well. He's also very practiced against you, though. But now it is your turn, top of the round, to retaliate.
Okay, Luke will kind of step back, refocus, spin the spear around, try to knock away his sword and attack again.
All right, sling them bones.
Okay, ooh, some good rolls for me. Let's see. I've got a 21 altogether.
That is pretty solid. And your base damage again? I'm sorry.
4.
All right. Is that. Okay, that is going to be another 6 points of damage getting through. Sharing a bit of meta knowledge just to let you know, but you just hit him back pretty damn hard. And you're pretty sure he's going to have to start taking injuries after this. His usual flashing Dornish grin has gone as the game gets a little serious, and he's concerned with his shield work and circling warily, etc., etc., etc. Which brings us to Bela, who is currently opponent free. You have your pick of the team of the mother to swoop in on.
Looks like
So,
Oh
Cousin.
shit! Actually, I'm sorry. 1 second. We forgot to do Adam's start of the round stuff.
Oh.
'Cause I forgot we're doing that at the beginning. So Adam, who do you want to talk up this round from your team? Besides Luke, because Luke's been shitty to you today, so that's why we'll say Luke went before you talk to anybody else.
he's ignoring him. He's like, hold on. Luke's ignoring him.
Because I mean to do this at the top of each round.
That's
So yeah,
fine.
Adam.
But yeah, Adam will get over it. Just now he's probably a bit cross.
Yeah, we're just
let-
that's our
Let's
excuse.
say like he's not cross with Bela at all. So let's go for Bela. He was-
All right.
especially because you just smashed someone and like took them right out. So yeah, it'll be cheering vigorously for her.
Okay. By default, we're going to put you up against Illyrio Mopatis, who arrived at your elbow prior to the fight, and he offered a small tray of sweets to crying little Robert Frey to cheer him up, because Illyrio Mopatis goes nowhere without food and drink. But
yeah.
He's everyone's grandpa.
Yeah, I mean, Adam would try to be kind of consoling to poor Robert Frey because he's the least horrible of the Freys.
of the
and
phrase.
yeah,
All right.
like he
He got replaced by the guy who is probably named after.
He is. So go ahead and roll me persuasion,
Oh, the thing I'm good at, fantastic.
and pick your appropriate specialty.
I only have convince, so I'm not sure that's appropriate.
I mean,
Well, are
convincing
you?
people.
You are convincing people that Bela is tremendously dangerous. So it
I guess
sounds
okay.
good to me.
Sure. Okay.
we have a good
Yeah.
example.
So yeah, she's yes, Magister. I hope you put plenty of bet plenty of your money on my sister because I think she's going to take the team to glory. Right. So that is. Oh, that's quite good. That is 18.
Nice. He had a 16, so that's a victory with no extra degrees of success, but that's enough for Bela to have one bonus die, as the comeback that the Magister comes up with is, yes, she's quite handy with that spear. Sunfire is a legendary weapon, and he goes back to stroking his twin forked beard, because it's kind of hard to come with a comeback when she just, one-shotted a dude, and his heart maybe isn't in it just yet. So, Bela, you've got +1 bonus die, and now it's your turn.
Yeah.
Pick yourself a target.
Yeah, so our team's mostly holding its own except Cousin Will, who you said took a little bit more of a hit than his opponent.
Yeah, he and the Craycall are kind of going shot for shot, but the Craycall looks like he hits really hard. So the Craycall looks flustered and frustrated, and your cousin's just like, hey, this guy does hit pretty hard though. This kind of sucks.
Yeah.
So they're, they look like they're even Stevens, but yeah, there's.
So I'll go to help
he's like,
Cousin Will.
All right, so attacking Merlin Craycall. You do have to use your lesser action to move, so there's no aim this time.
All right.
But you've got a bonus die again from Adam,
It's good.
rightfully pointing out that you are dangerous.
Ooh. Less dangerous than I would like with this roll, but that's life. I have an 18.
Okay, that is a solid hit, and it's piercing 1. I will remember
Yeah.
this time as well.
Here's
And the damage value?
5.
3, 15. All right. All right, you come in on the flank of the Westerland Knight, and he has to kind of frantically backpedal to shift his angle so that he's got shield and sword between both of you. You weren't quite able to like backstab him like Cousin Will would have for you.
Yeah, I
Like,
would
you
not
know,
have
he would've-
backstabbed him. I would
Yeah.
let him know I was approaching.
So, but like you know that Will would have just thrown down a smoke bomb and like appeared behind somebody for you guys, because he's all about them backstabs. But as it is, you're still able to pressure and harry him, and you get a couple of good shots through, but it doesn't quite drop him. But he's definitely in more trouble now.
Okay.
And then, you know what? Let's just let Reyna go before the gold cloak, because it's just more fun to have you guys win initiative. So yeah, Reyna, you're up before Alardine.
I thought he. Okay.
I just changed it.
I heard you. Good. Thank you.
I'm just handling initiative on top is going to be a pain in the butt, so we're just going to have this happen.
I will. Need my shield. I will give him that whole and then like feint him with my shield, you know, like fake I'm gonna rush him.
All right, so doing an aim and then an attack, so don't forget that extra bonus die.
I'm rolling it right now. $17.
Nice. So
18. Sorry.
even nicer. All right, and your damage?
4.
Okay, that is an injury. So you're able to get pretty solid hits on him. And again, it's another one that just rings that bell. You're aiming high, and he's not quite able to get his sword up in time. We're going to keep the camera on him, though, and have him attack you back just because that's where it is. So we'll play with initiative a little bit just to be fun.
Alrighty.
That is a pretty solid shot. That is a 25. Sorry, a 24 because he just took an injury. So you can abort your next action to do a dodge or parry, or you can mitigate some inbound damage. So you're gonna dodge or parry, or should I calculate damage? I
No, I'll
need
dodge. I don't want to get hit that hard.
All right, so make yourself a fighting long blades roll, and you're gonna roll it. You're gonna total it up, and then you can add your defense bonus from your shield, that +4 at the end. So roll total and add 4, and we're gonna see what your new combat defense is. This takes up your attack from next round, though.
Okay. Let's not forget. 16.
Okay. That cuts him down from lots of degrees of success to not lots of degrees of success. Is that with the +4 from your shield? Okay. So that will be 2 degrees. So 10 points of damage. So I believe that's just going to be 1 getting through armor, right?
That is correct.
So yeah, you're able to hurriedly throw sword and shield in the way, but he was coming at you pretty hard with some wicked cuts, also aiming high and going for maybe a good solid concussion against you type of thing. So that handles that. Then we will do Sir Aaron Santigar, attacking back against his former pupil. That is not quite as good as last time, but you are looking down the barrel of a 22 on his attack roll, Luke.
Okay.
So you have the option to do the full dodge or parry if you want to give up your next attack.
My defense is 11. I'll go ahead and absorb it, and we'll see what happens. Might take an
Okay.
injury.
That's going to be 15 points of damage.
Okay, my armor will mitigate 9, so I'll be another 6. So I will
All
need
right.
to take an injury to absorb
All right.
3 of it.
Yep, that'll lower the incoming damage by an amount equal to your endurance.
Okay, let me add this up. So I'm pretty close to what I need. So
Okay. And then Sir Merlin Crakehall is going to be kind of cursing under his breath while fighting the Dornish, but he's going to stay focused on his first opponent, your cousin Will. Oh no. That's good for you that he did that. But that is a fucking 27.
Ooh.
Cousin Will, 26, because you roughed him up enough to get an injury. But yeah, Cousin Will is down.
Oh, no. Yikes.
That's just a big fat fucking roll. There's not much you can do against that. Yeah. So, Cousin Will is still laying some damage on Merlin Crakehall, since we're fudging with initiative a bit. We're going to say that's another injury on Merlin on their exchange, but Cousin Will goes down. Red Ronnet Connington and your boy Nathan Lugas are continuing to rather ineffectually trade blows, but they're just pretty evenly matched. Amory Lorch is pounded into the mud by Oris.
Yay!
Go, Horace.
Good.
And that is that.
Nice.
Robert Brax and Vannin are also pretty evenly matched. So they're just kind of roughing each other up, but neither one seems to be gaining an advantage, which required kind of an unlucky roll on Vannin. Because Vannin, you guys know, is pretty darn good, but Brax does seem to have very fancy gear. Knights of the Westerlands tend to have nothing but like Castle Forge stuff, so he is holding his own against a superior opponent. But he and Vannin are swapping blows. So your team continues to press against the team of the Mother, but you have lost a combatant. But they have lost 2. So you guys maintain your advantage. Erica, who do we want to check up on this round?
Goodness.
What NPC wants to
How about
get a spy drone?
Bronzion Royce?
Good choice.
Yeah.
Bronzion Royce. Bronzion Royce is trading blows with the big knight Sir Archibald Ironwood, and is getting the better of him, but perhaps not as lopsidedly as you would like. Sir Archibald and his greatsword are hacking away at Bronzion's shield, and there are new scores in Bronze Yawns' rune-encrusted armor. So it looks like he's winning, but not as handily as you might hope.
They can hurt each other for like hair. Make it easier
Right?
if we have to face either of them.
Yep. Reyna, who do we want to check in on?
I don't even know anymore. Thoros of Mir.
Thoros of Mir is easy to spot.
Pardon?
Is this Sword of Fire?
Yes, that's what makes him easy to spot. In the closing moments, just after the melee started, he has poured some concoction onto his sword and running up in the wake of King Robert, he's waving around this length of steel that's on fire. You remember Tobo Mott refused to sell him a sword because Thoros of Mir just fucking wrecks them by ruining the temper. But he has the formidable knight Sir Richard Horp. Those two are trading blows. Richard Horp is a renowned fighter, but Thoros of Mir is just cheerfully wailing away with a burning sword. And every time he gets hit, like he hits back, and he's just wading in and hammering away at this dude. And it looks like it's a mess. That's what it looks like. So he's singing somewhere between a hymn to the Red God Raelor and a Stormlander drinking song, and just hacking away with a sword that is on fire, like you do. Who else do we want to check on? And also, chat, I need another 1 through 6, followed by a 1 through 7. So don't forget, chat, you get to make your pick. But Robert, who are we looking at?
You know, I had somebody and I lost them. Let's go back to Mormont. What is Lady Mormont doing?
Lady Alisane is getting the upper hand against her opponent. So she is hacking away at Guyard Morrigan more forcefully. His shield is now broken, and it looks like he might be yielding soon.
Very well.
For her.
Adam, who are we checking in on?
Let's check on Beric Dondarrion.
Lord Beric Dondarrion is leading the Stormland contingent in trying to figure out what the fuck to do about Robert Baratheon. And he has squared off with Sir Justin Massey, and the two of them are trading blows and probably taunts, and looks fairly even, even if the overall fight does not. He seems to be holding his own against Sir Justin. And chat, we have 2 and a 7. Give me 1 second. That gives us young Michael Redfort, and the team of the Smith, who ran off with Lynn Corbray to go pick a fight with Sir Garland Tyrell. Michael Redfort has downed Sir Desmond Redwine, but then found himself flummoxed by a flurry of blows from Sir Garland Tyrell.
Nice.
So Sir Edmund Ambrose is able to back away, but Sir Desmond Redwine falls to Michael, and then Garland Tyrell comes in and just yells, "Squire!" to formally announce his presence. He gives Michael a second to plant his feet and then shows him it doesn't fucking matter. And just shield on shield, combo down, hack, 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 and Redfort is down.
All right.
That brings us back around. Let's see, so we did that. He took you out. Yep. That brings us back around to the top of the round for Adam. Who are you talking up?
Oh, look at your little face. Oh, right, okay. Since I now pity you, then you can have it this time. Lucaris is going to talk to this time. Grudgingly.
Okay, so you're going to talk up Lucaris against Sir Aaron Santigar.
And this, he's hurting me.
He's hurting me.
Look, I'm doing this for the family, not for you.
Okay, just so you know, Luke, as you're prepping your dice, you are up against, that is an 18 total from a persuasion roll, as Prince Joffrey Baratheon lurched to his feet. Kill him, Sir Aaron! Don't let some dragon fucker best the master at arms of the Red Keep. Show him what you taught me, sir. You fight for our family, Aaron.
Damn.
That's
Is it-
what you're up against.
Motherfucker!
Is it possible to throw my spear up into the box?
And,
Okay, we're gonna hit him!
and I'm just saying, and the little shit actually rolled pretty well for his 4 dice. So you're looking at a, looking to beat an 18.
Somehow my existence has pissed off Joffrey.
Well,
I told you guys that the persuasion opponents were going to be based on who you were fighting, and you're fighting somebody that's representative of the Red Keep.
well, generally, one who has to screech so loudly about what one is fighting for has something to compensate for. And that is 12 and 15. That is 19.
Shut up, Joffrey, your dick is small.
Okay, you
It's a little
beat
kid.
you beat him by 1. So, you get a cheerful chuckle from Illyrio Mopatis. Joffrey, for his part, doesn't seem to hear you. Just he's yelling and screeching and stuff.
That's fine.
But Illyrio Mopatis certainly does. So, Luke, you will have a bonus die, and you're up first. So give yourself an
Okay.
extra die.
I will.
Also, don't forget, because you guys are already engaged, you can aim and then attack for another
Yeah.
bonus die.
I have been forgetting about that, but I will not forget this time. However, I'm going to recklessly attack now.
Ooh.
Okay. So that's another bonus die, and you also get to keep 1 extra. So, should be pretty good stuff.
Oh, I need 1 more die. There we go.
Go on, knock him on his arse.
Piece of shit. 6. Ah, so many 3s. 3. Okay. 22 altogether. I'm trying to end this quickly.
All right. Did you count your injury? Actually, doesn't matter. It's not going to cost you a degree of success.
It will go
So-
down 1 less. Yeah.
Right. But the math was still there, so you are fine. And yeah, actually, that's going to do it. Because he is also only an Endurance 3 chap. So, how do you beat Sir Aaron Santigar? He is down.
I drop my guard. I think I've done many times in training, and he goes for it. However, this time it was on purpose, and as he does so, I step away, block his sword with the shield, and go in for the strike with the spear,
All right.
using his knowledge of me against him.
Whoa.
It works. And between that and the superior reach of the spear over his sword, you're able to kind of interrupt his attack. And when the tip of it comes away bloody from having found a gap in his armor, you can see he gives his sword a twirl, kind of testing his arm for soreness. And then he just shakes his head and sticks the tip into the sand.
Luke spins around.
well
he's
struck.
waves to the crowd, then turns back around and starts standing guard and helps him up.
Yeah, and he concedes.
Everything you taught me, sir.
Oh,
That's nice.
it was nice.
Bela, you are up before Sir Malin Crakehall.
Good. I will do a similar strategy and do a reckless attack in
Alrighty.
hopes of finishing this off quickly.
All right, roll them bones.
Joffrey off.
Yeah, and Sir Malin's armor is scarred in a few places from the Valyrian steel blade of your cousin Will. And he's panting with exertion and hurriedly trying to twist his attention to you. But you roll a
23.
hot diggity damn.
Nice.
So, and you've got piercing, which knocks his armor down. He's already got some injuries. That will do it. Describe it. Do you just whoop him, or do you whip him just enough and then let him yield, or what do we got?
Yeah, it's more the latter. I call this is for my cousin, and then hit him with the blunt end of the spear to kind of like set him off balance a little bit, and then hit with the flat of the blade of the spear to kind of like knock him down onto the ground.
And
but it's
then,
like on the back of his neck, so it's like it really stings.
Yeah. And then you're also kind of posing over him, and he's like, yeah. So on his attack, he will yield. And he gives kind of a rueful shake of his head, like, well struck, my lady. He looks disappointed with himself, but he lost to a pair of Dornish folk. Let's go to Lady Reyna against the Gold Cloak Alardim.
I'm sorry. Who did you guys just beat?
Merlin Crakehall is down.
All right.
You are still up against the most dangerous sword in the Gold Cloaks.
I am. I used my action.
Oh, right. You prepared, so your combat defense stays put until your next round. You have not attacked yet, so it's still going to be high. So we're going to do his attack against your 18, wasn't it?
Yeah, Luke's attention is now drawn to Reyna being attacked because she's kind of on the defensive.
So it was the roll.
Yes.
It was 16 or 18.
Oh,
I can't
okay,
remember now.
All right, let me a second to total this up. It does not matter. That would not be the break point between a degree of success. So even at a 16 or 18, either way, you're looking at another 10 points. So another 1 point getting past your armor.
Okay.
So he's good. He's hitting harder than you'd think. He's doing well. But you've got well-crafted Tobomot made steel backing you up. And then we're gonna look into who is free, and after cuts and parries and back and forth, Robert Brax and Sir Vannon are just hammering at each other. Pieces of shield are falling away, and they're panting and they're wanting. And then Oris just fucking runs in from off stage like a fucking truck. And Robert Brax just goes down to one big swing of this half-sharp greatsword. Because you guys are getting to the point that you're starting to get into these clearly unfair fights.
Yeah, fuck these guys.
Right.
And you hear as Red Ronnet Connington continues to trade blows with Sir Nathan Lugas. Lugas is panting, "He's mine! I can get him!" And trying to kind of call his ward you guys off. And he holds out his shield hand to wave you all away. And then Red Ronnet Connington rushes in to take advantage of that opening. in Nathan's guard, and Nathan wades into the strike. So he takes a sword hilt to the head instead of a proper blow, and he just runs in and like he gets in close and he shoulder checks Connington and bores him down to the ground, and then hits him in the face with his crossguard on his sword a few times. So it was all a cunning ploy for an all-out attack that got him the win. So and he was also legitimately warding you guys off. So Nathan Lucas ends up winning by kind of brawling his opponent, and he takes Red Ronnet Connington down. But you can see Nathan is panting with exertion, and his helmet has tumbled off. And he's got a cut over one eye.
I'm gonna look
as
at him
he
and say,
holds
"You dumb
himself back
fuck."
to his feet.
Dumb fuck.
And then I'm gonna like grin at him.
He just took out his opponent his way. So at the top of the round, all that is left is the Gold Cloak Allard Deem. What we're gonna do is once one of you takes him out next round, the rest of you are going to be able to take a breather action, which is a full action, an endurance test against difficulty 0, and every degree of success gets you back 1 point of health. So what we're going to do in this pause between rounds, Reyna, do you want to shout them off and attack him yourself? Or is it going to go to Lucaris and then Bela and then you in initiative order? We're going to kind of metagame it a bit and give you a second to kind of make that call as your opponent is the last one standing.
No, it's okay. We can all attack him. I don't.
Okay. I'm just putting it out there. So, all right.
I don't feel any need to have to kill him myself. I just hate him.
Okay. Chat, give me a 1 through 6 followed by a 1 through 7. And we're going to say that Reyna is still a little busy. You're not able to cast a glance around and look for an NPC. But Bela, who do we want to go peek at?
Well, I was going to ask for Sir Garland, but we saw him last time. So.
Well, actually, Sir Garland works because it's a new round. Sir Garland is now trading blows with Lynn Corbray. A circle has formed around them in the chaos of the melee, as you know, Sir Garland took out young Michael, and now it's Garland and Lynn circling each other, shields up, and a fighting.
This is special.
So I'm actually going to say that also takes Adam's pick, because Adam can't sneak a peek at Lynn Corbray without seeing that. But Luke, who do you want to keep an eye on in the melee?
I guess I kind of want to generally check in on Sir Garland's team in general. I forget everyone who's there, but somebody other than Garland, I guess.
And the 1-5 that was just picked by chat is also actually going to let you guys get the whole team. Garth Greysteel, so they're all paired up with the Smith.
I said they're immediately to us, so as we're defeating this team, I want to check it on.
Right. And they are wading in against the team of the Smith, which is also fighting the team of the Crone. So that melee has gotten really gnarly and twisted. Garth Greysteel, Hightower, is fighting against Sir Andar, the heir to Runestone. Emin Kui is fighting against Hugh of the Vale. And Edmund Ambrose is fighting against Sir Vardis Egan, who beat you in the melee. So those teams are all tangled up. And you also, though, do see, some of the Ironwoods are waiting in there in their group. So it's this big kind of three-way. It is legitimately a melee. Really hard to tell who's actually coming out ahead over there. It's just lots of people in the press of the fight, shoving each other around, hitting and swinging and all kinds of stuff. So, top of the round. Who does Adam want to talk up? Right now, all that's left in your team is your biggest sister squared off against the pride of the Gold Cloaks.
Yeah, I think yes. Like since I've done the other two ones, so we'll go for Reina this round.
All right.
Thanks.
Okay. You hear crystal clear over the. Okay. It's actually a
Oh
really good goal
God.
for her. In a high-pitched, sweet, piping voice, you hear,
Oh,
Mama,
baby.
Mama, Gold Cloaks are good guys. Why is that one fighting a girl? As sweet-faced Marcella Baratheon is able to use her charm specialty.
That's right. Argue against Priscilla. Go ahead.
So she's able to use her persuasion charm, and she has a 16 for you to beat.
Oh, you're really going to make me sass, Marcella.
That's
Call her a dumb bitch, and
Sweet little
That's a good
Marcella.
point, Marcella. Why is he fighting a girl?
It could be.
Marcella, you look like your uncle. That's weird, huh? Anyways,
Now, her specific question is, why is that one fighting a girl? So it could be something about Dornish women being allowed to fight or yada yada. But that's what you're up against. You got a 16
Okay.
from
That's
Marcella
sass little girl.
Baratheon.
You could sass a little girl to be empowering.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that's. Yeah, I think I'm going to go the nice diplomatic route.
Man,
for
play
this
the
one.
little girl
It's
about
not-
why
I can't
women can
be
do.
mean to her. I just can't. She's too nice.
I mean, she would probably crumble before a good intimidate check. Just put it out there.
Yeah, I know, and that's exactly why I'm not going to do it. 'cause,
I love everything about this.
I'm not going to intentionally make a little girl cry. That's just cruel.
So, all right. What is
Yeah.
your comeback to the Princess Marcella, whose tourney you are visiting?
Well,
On-
She's gonna flirt with Oris one day, then he's gonna make
And-
her cry.
And it's okay. Her name day isn't until tomorrow. So be as mean as you want.
well, Princess, Dornish women are able to fight in things like this against men because in Dorne we consider women to be as good as men. Just like a nice
All right.
subtle but encouraging towards her. So I'm gonna be nice.
I can't make her cry.
No, I can.
I
She's-
know. Right?
She's a sweet little cinnamon roll like me.
I should have brought
I-
like Queen Nymaryen.
Oh yeah, she beats me. I only get 14.
Okay.
Woo!
So, Sir Alardine the Gold Cloak is going to be rocking a bonus die on
Sorry.
his first test of the round. It's all right. It's a gamble. That's what dice are for.
Mhm.
So, Lucaris, you are up first. Are you going to assist your sister or do a take a breather?
I really want that breather, but
should
I'll do
do
my
it.
duty. Yeah, Rena's tough. How does Rena look? She looks like she's got a few hit points left.
I'm okay. I mean, I'm not great, but
Luke will make eye contact with you. If you look like you need help, he will help you. If you look like you're okay, so take a breather because he could use a few hit points.
you get a shrug. Right now, I feel shruggy about it. So
All right, got to make the call.
Good ambiguous test. I'm gonna take a breather.
All right. Make the it's stamina roll. I don't remember which specialty, but I don't think you have any, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, not the essentially endurance. So not all good though. I got 14.
All right, that's 2 health points you recover.
Okay, I'll take it.
You are up next. Do you help your twin, or do
Yes.
you catch your breath?
I don't need to catch my breath. I have yet to take damage, so I will be assisting. So
All right.
I have to move up close, so that takes the minor action. So I'll just attack.
Okay, so you move up and you start stabbing the small folk who's daring to attack your twin.
Oh gosh, that's a good roll.
Yay!
23.
That is a good roll.
Right.
All right. So it's 4 degrees. Blah 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 blah. That he's got piercing there. He's got endurance 4 though. All right. He is not quite taken out. He is open meat for you to commence to stab him in his comparatively lighter armor, because he's not, even with whatever bribe money he got to round out this team, he hasn't got full plate, much less Castle Forged full plate. So you are able to pick at him pretty nastily, but he is still up and like laser focused on Reyna, wanting to finish the fight that he started. But Reyna is up before he is.
Good. Finish him.
All out.
Get him.
All out.
Alrighty.
I don't remember what that means.
Reckless. So
It's plus
Yeah.
1 die rolled and kept.
Okay. I
believe you're
my
looking at
fighting.
like 8 keep
Well.
5-ish.
Jeez. Pardon?
I think you're at like 8 keep 5, something around there.
Like I have fighting of 3. I have long blades 1. That's 4. I have expertise. That's 5. All out is 6. Keep 5.
So 6 keep 5, but aim before the all out, so 7 keep 5.
Can I do that?
Yes.
All
I
right.
just said yes.
All right. Here we go.
Oh, damn it. I just realised I could have spent one of my temporary destiny points to keep my bonus dice, and that would have beaten Princess Marcel. Damn it. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I think it's
Looks
gonna
like a
be
decent roll.
I'm keeping 5 still, right?
Yes, you are keeping 5 dice.
20, 26.
Oh, so close to his combat
close?
defense. And I'm just fucking. It's a 26. What are you kidding? No,
I
you
was looking for
absolutely
another
fucking trust
degree of
it. No,
success. I have a destiny point. Oh,
no, you actually have the his combat defense is at a point where that is another degree of success. So with the 26, beat him by 25 degrees, 20 points of damage, armor of that. He's already taken that much. Yeah. So as your sister comes up from the side and starts stabbing him, he's eyeing you and your not wounds, but your, where he's found gaps in your armor, and he
Yeah.
starts to raise his weapon, and you just fucking rush him. And you got this new shield, and you just like shield bash, off balance, get wrecked, all your weight behind it, overhand blows. You cut him down faster than he can yield. He's actually unconscious, and half conscious, and in the dirt. Sword and shield gone, helmet knocked askew. That is a palpable finish.
roar!
We are Dragon's Heroes Roar.
Like, how my
All
sister
right.
gets my shield.
So now what we're gonna do is everybody gets 1 round to take a breather. As the melee swirls around you, everybody gets 1 take a breather action, and then we are going to fling the next team at you.
All right, so take a breather is endurance.
Whew.
You're all doing really well.
And this is going to be a sloppy assortment of NPCs that I'm grabbing and throwing into. After that initial thing, it's just everything's a mess. So
Right.
let's see who we get.
I have 10, so that's 2 degrees, I believe. 2 hit points off.
Correct. It's 5, 10, 15, etc. is what you're looking for on this one.
Okay.
All right. Endurance roll. Each
Kind of,
success restores a point of damage.
Yes, every 5 points total on your endurance roll, you get back a point.
Oh, I get 2.
Okay.
Rusty, can I make a tactics roll as we move into the next one instead of take or catch a breath?
Absolutely. So you're kind of taking stock of the team as they're like backing up to each other, kind of back to back amidst the dust and the yelling and the roaring. Yeah,
All right, I have a 14 again.
nice. That is going to be 2 bonus dice.
I'm going to keep one, and then I'm going to give some words of encouragement to Raina and say it was a good job holding defense there, keeping them off for us to team up.
All right. So I think everybody healed that was going to heal or needed to heal. Sorry, Bodhi's mad because it's getting close to her dinner time.
I'm gonna change my mic back.
Yes,
to
let's turn on to
touch
push
to
to talk. So you guys gather your wits, you catch your breath, kind of leaning on your weapons for a moment, and then straightening up, rolling your shoulders to get rid of some bruises and some batters.
Yeah, so I'm definitely imagining Luke kneeling down for him to catch his breath as the camera kind of spins around him and then focuses on the chaos everywhere.
Indeed. And then you hear a like as you all group up and Bela is congratulating Raina on succeeding against the most dangerous gold cloak, and that sort of thing. You hear, "My lady, look out!" And a breathless Sir Vannon Rivers throws himself in the way and catches a brutal sword strike as Lothar Brune leads a sloppy charge at you out of the chaos and the melee. And
Ow.
Vannon is down.
I thought Lothar was our friend.
As you lot are squaring
It was
off
a
anew.
cutscene. Killed by a cutscene.
Basically, yeah. So
You should have had X in time. You didn't.
Those damn quick time events.
So, rushing at the twins in particular is now Lothar Brune, Langley Woods, and Alisane Mormont.
Shit.
Sir Vardis Egan is coming at Lucaris, and Balin Swan is squaring off against Oris with his Morning Star.
Luke is one of these.
Stop trying to hit me and hit me.
He did last time pretty well, so
Or maybe don't.
Langley and Alisane have the ruined tatters of simple northern shields. Like you can still see some of the leather buckles on their arm, but their shields are gone. So Langley has a long sword. Alisane is wielding her axe in both hands. And they're both looking a little bruised and battered.
Where's the Bobby B at?
You guys missed him in this bit.
Okay.
You've been busy.
He's
He's doing something.
I just wanted to make sure he wasn't charging me.
He is in the melee at present.
He's somewhere.
It looks like just a small knot of them that got separated from their team, kind of stayed together, and then Balin Swan and Vardis Egan are just looking for matchups. And Balin's like, that Oris kid's big, let's do it. And Vardis Egan is maybe going for a familiar opponent. So that is the squared off that we are looking at as Bela, you have 2 bonus dice to hand out.
Yep.
The in the nebulous in-between rounds. So who you thinking?
Yeah, so I was giving it to myself and Reyna.
Okay, so the twins will have a leg up. And then Adam, you've got some smack to talk. Declare who you're going to give the bonus to, and I will find a suitable opponent from people nearby.
Okay. Well, I'm conscious that 3 pretty dangerous people are charging at my sisters, so I think I'm going to go with Reyna.
Okay.
Because I failed her last time. Wanna
Reyna, I mentioned Lothar is going for Bela. We're going to say Alisane is the one bearing down on Reyna. I rolled, that works there.
Deja
So-
vu. At least she's not using her mace
Yeah,
today.
she has her axe out. So, I hate to do this back to back, but Lil Robert Frey pipes up around a mouthful of a small sweet cake. Get 'em, Lady Alisane! They can't stop you! Now, he only has a persuasion of 3, so you're looking at a 10 as little Squire Robert Frey is munching on a honey cake, trying to talk up the young she-wolf.
Oh.
I love the Mormonts, but
You
I also
just-
love the fact that Adam gets to keep arguing with children.
The last 2 rounds, you've just picked really good people for me to not have, like, monsters talking shit. It's just going like, yeah, no, like, Adam's gonna have
that's
to...
fine. But it could be, hey,
Yeah, make the
But
kid cry in
I-
the chat.
I like Lady Mormont as much as the next person, but remember who you are sitting next to. So that is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Right. Without spending anything, I've got 15. So what has he got?
He's got a 10. So
that's
that's 2 degrees of success. Don't worry.
Yeah.
You
I'm just gonna
crushed
give
him.
him like I'm gonna say that, and I'm gonna protest like that and give him a slap
Just,
in the
yeah,
arm.
that's an indignant familial pride angle is quite
Yeah.
fine. Reyna, you're looking at 3 extra bonus dice, and that's going to overcome the normal limitations on bonus dice if you were, in terms of doubling your ability, yada, yada, yada. You're feeling good picking a fight with
Yeah.
Alisane Mormont. So that's what we got. Are you guys fine with us continuing to kind of freestyle cinematic initiative here? Does that work for
fine.
everybody? Because I'm gonna go ahead and
Mhm.
let's start with Reyna, because that's just kind of where the camera is right now. With you've got your little pep talk from your twin. The bastard ward of your house just helped you and your twin against a kind of surprise attack. You're able to brace Alisane Mormont's rush in your way, but you feel good, feel like you got this. So we're gonna go to Reyna. You're gonna kind of countercharge, meet the.
I want to countercharge. I want to try to catch that axe over the top of my shield, and come around the side with my sword.
As an aside, because you've got some bonuses, if you want to actually make this a charge attack, you can keep 1 less die, but you get to add to your base damage on a successful hit. Or you can just move and attack. You can still, it doesn't have to be a charge like we called it a charge, but your call.
What do you guys think?
What do we think, chat? What do we think, players? Should she charge?
I say just keep the normal amount of dice. Your fighting skill isn't that high. I think you want to keep all the dice that you can.
And that would
Yeah.
be keeping 3 dice. You'd be rolling
Right.
a bunch, keeping 3.
Quarter says keep a reckless charge. So
Oh, look at them. Them.
Reckless charge.
All right, you don't get any bonus XP, Josh, for saying that.
All right, you know what? Let's go ahead.
All right, gonna charge the young she-bear. So,
Appropriate.
got
They're gonna do that anime
Good.
thing where they cross each other. We don't know who won until like seconds later.
so fighting 3,
Whoever
long
gets up.
blades 1, expertise 1. So it's 5 dice and then 3 extra. So you're gonna be rolling 8, keeping 3.
6, 8. Okay, rolling 8.
Yep,
Keeping
keeping
3.
3. And that's, that should be a pretty good average on those 3. And
19.
All right, nice.
I-
Yes,
Yes.
because her shield is damaged. And remember, she's wearing a battered old breastplate. Remember, she and little Robert used the same breastplate in their different days of jousting.
Oh.
So she's just got this battered breastplate and some rusted ring mail. So she's got no shield. She's not got great armor. But that is enough for 3 degrees of success. So what is your base damage? 4. So that
4.
goes to a 6 because of the charge. So that's going to be 18 points of damage. She's got an armor value of 5. I hope you're proud of yourself. So that's 13 coming in. She's down 1 injury so far.
Don't make me feel bad for this. I know what to expect if she lands a hit on me.
I'm certain I don't know what you're talking about, madam. So 13,
Fully
that's
respect
going
this
to be
girl. She's a
7
badass.
All right, she
I
is
love her,
caught.
so.
She is caught off guard by the
Why don't you
boldness
mark
of
it?
your attack, and you're able to shield block before she can bring her axe down. And she is now at 3 injuries and like a health point after that.
Oh, nice.
But we're gonna have her attack you next. Because again, that's just kind of where the camera is. So she's got a battle axe in both hands.
What, 2 battle axes? Wow.
Well, no, it's one axe, both
okay.
hands. So she's using the versatile trait. She is doing a reckless attack here.
Of course
Because-
she is.
That's how bears roll.
Oh my goodness.
Which is why we were suggesting that you be cautious.
The good news is she's having to keep a 1. One
Oh
of the
yeah, I
dice
say go full attack, make her get penalties.
is not great.
Yeah.
So that's a 24 before penalties. So that's going to drop to a 21 after her injuries. So what is your combat defense?
10.
Okay, so beaten by 11, 3 times damage. But she's using the versatile. That is 18 points of damage that is coming at you. Wait, sorry, my math was off. Sorry. No, because that's already factored in.
Damage.
It is
18 sounds
15.
like a lot.
Sorry, it's 15 points of damage, not 18. I bumped up some of her math wrong. So 15
All right, so
points
15
of damage.
minus 9.
So 6 points
6.
getting through your armor.
And I could take an injury.
To reduce
For-
it by your endurance rings.
I will do that.
So 1 injury knocks it to 6 points of damage. Or sorry, knocks it from 6 to 3 points of damage. All right. So yeah, she just hammers your shield arm so heavily that it like rattles your bones, and this jolt of pain, rockets all up through your shield arm to your
See?
shoulder, and it staggers you back a half step.
She hits hard as hell.
And then we will go to Reyna, because you're getting charged by 2 of them. Lothar Brune and Langley Woods coming at you.
Bela.
And again, charge is a fuzzy term. It's just
Okay.
So I'm sorry, Bela
Bela.
as like the other twin. You're the other one that they're going at.
Are they both at me, or will I have to move?
It's kind of your move and attack to hit them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So
mostly it was a can I get an aim action? But no, not in this case.
no,
Okay.
afraid not.
Is there one that looks more injured, like I could potentially one attack?
Langley Woods, even if they were healthy, Langley Woods looks much easier to take out than Lothar Brune. And Langley's looking kind of battered, and his shield's already kind of broken. Stuff like that.
Okay. I think I want to reduce the number of targets I have looking at me. So I will make the attack against him.
All right, so are you going to move and attack, or do you want to charge?
Shoot. Let's go ahead and charge.
Alrighty. So the Nymaryen twins are taking no guff.
Nice.
Well, I have all 5, so get to keep
Damn.
3 with my +1 makes a 16.
Okay. That is 3 degrees of success against him. And you've got piercing.
Yep.
He has not great armor. And your damage is 4 or 5
It's
normally.
5 normally, and +2
So
makes it
yeah,
7.
so 7 on the charge. That's 21. Yep, he's out.
Nice.
And he's trying to do like a badass blood-curdling northern yell, and it kind of isn't. His voice cracks in the middle of it. And he's rushing at you with his sword, and you're just, describe taking him down. It's kind of your call. You have your way with him with that much extra.
Yeah. So I charge back at him, and I put all my weight into a thrust with the spear, and knock him to the side by just hitting him and planting my foot strongly into the ground and kind of like lift him up and throwing him with the motion.
Gotcha.
Nice.
And his armor holds more than it doesn't, but he is definitely bleeding some as he lands. For that sort of thing, let's say it's kind of near the hip, like you're looking for like a center of balance type
Right.
of fulcrum point. So yeah, he lands with both hands like on the spear, like oh no, oh my, and his hands kind of come away a little bloody, and he drops his shield and is just like backpedaling away from you, like I yield. Oh no!
And then I take up a
Oh.
defensive stance against the other attacker.
All right, so we got
Seriously saying, oh no.
yeah. Well,
Oh
this
no!
guy fucking stabbed. It's scary. So Lothar Brune is coming at Bela. We'll do his next because that's just kind of where the camera is. He is trouble. That's not a stellar roll, but he gets to keep a lot. 10. That is a 21 against you.
Ooh, I'm defense 11.
And then so
That's 3
he's got-
degrees.
Yep. That is 15 points of damage coming your way.
Ouch!
As an aside, he was right at the 21.
Mhm.
So if you want to do a fatigue to ignore your armor penalty, or if you want to do a destiny point to drop a die,
Yeah.
or
Well,
whatever,
Like the
that
fatigue
would
is
be a
like the same
degree of
as an,
success.
yeah, fatigue's the same as an injury though.
Yeah, it's a -1 to your roll, your to add up, but it would cost him a degree of success.
That sounds like it's maybe worth it, possibly, to end it quickly.
Because right now you're looking at 15 points of damage. That would make it 10 if you were to take a fatigue point.
Yeah, okay. I'll do that. I'll I'll take a fatigue.
All right. Just because he's right on the cusp of that, I thought I'd remind that option exists. So, chat, what she just did was spending a fatigue point gives the same penalty as taking an injury, but it lets you just get a little extra pep in your step. And in this case, Bela is just responding with surprising and kind of Dornish alacrity. So she kind of countercharged, and then she's moving faster than her armor should let her as she spins and brings her spear to bear and parrying and backpedaling away. And she's just very impressively quick and energetic. It's going to tire her out in the long run, but it was enough to lose a degree of success on the heavy-hitting Lothar Brune, who is coming at her with a big honking sword. So in this case, it really pays off because that's 5 points of damage that it saves her. So let's go to Luke. You are facing Vardis Egan, but you tend to have a really high initiative. So let's have you go before him, just like your sisters did.
Okay, as he approaches, I'm going to kind of look for a weak spot and recklessly attack it. So,
Okay, give it a go.
just double check my dice here. Okay, let's roll.
That was my roll into dice dance.
It was.
Let's see, 20 flat out, and then 20 to hit.
20.
I will put a destiny point if I get another degree of success, and I don't know if that's going to be the case.
You would. If you can add anything to it, it will be another degree of success.
Then I'm going to my one destiny point to add another
All right.
3 to it.
Okay, so that's... what's your base damage?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's actually 23 anyways with the destiny point because of the reckless attack.
Okay.
I can add another 3 to it if I'll make another degree of success. I
It
will
would.
do that.
Yeah,
Then,
it
I
will.
will add 26.
Okay.
This is our
and-
reback. I want to hit hard.
What is your damage rating?
4.
Okay, so that's going to be 20 points of damage hitting him.
Nice.
That is almost the rest of his health, and he has to take 2 injuries to keep it from being the rest of his health. So he is clearly coming at you exerted and scuffed up and feeling pretty rough, but he stays on his feet and he demands of
Very well.
himself that he attack in response. Yeah.
Well, my defense is 5 less, so.
That is a pretty solid roll on his part. That is a 24.
Woo.
What is your combat defense?
It is a 6 at the moment with the reckless attack.
Okay. Okay, and then with a -3 after his injuries, that is still a 21. That is still a degree of success. That is 20 points of damage.
40 should take me out. I got 9 points of armor mitigation, so that's going to be 11. I can take 1 more wound, which will bring it down to it's 14 altogether. I'm sorry, 12, so it's 8 points. And I have 4 out of 9 currently, so I can take a 3rd wound, but I think I'm out at that point. Is that correct?
Okay, let's double check. You've got 20 points coming in. What's your armor rating?
Armor rating is 9.
Okay, so you've got 11 points of damage. You are at what health
4 of 9.
remaining? You have 4 left. So you need to take 11 points of damage down to less than
5
4.
left.
Oh, okay. 5 left, so you need to take it to less than 5. So 1 injury would make it 8 points. You're still out. A second injury would make it 5 points. You're still out. Because when your health reaches 0, you're out.
Yeah, tell me that's it.
A third, yeah.
Do you have a
it sounds
destiny
like you're
point remaining? So
No, that's it. I only know one.
okay. Or you could take a fatigue point to ignore your armor penalty for a round, which would cost him 1 degree of success.
Oh,
That
then
would
yeah.
that would lower the damage by 4.
Yeah.
Which means if you take your last injuries, you are at 1 health.
Okay. I will
So
do to
that
stay on my
leaves
feet.
you to- Yeah, that leaves you to your last hit will take you out basically the next time. But yeah, you were at just the wrong spot there,
Right.
with it being 3 points of damage mitigation.
I
So
want
you
one
two
more
are
endurance. I don't have the XP for it just yet.
you two are just exhausted like sluggers going at it,
It's
just
round
hammering
2.
each other. Yep.
It's like a Rocky movie. We're just learning each other.
Exactly what it's like.
Okay.
Exhausted. Okay, good hit.
So, and then we're gonna have Balin Swan and Oris duking it out. They're just gonna be trading hits with those rolls. We'll just do the roughly even. Okay then. The big burly lantern-jawed Balin Swan is chipping away at Oris's shield with his Morning Star, that fancy shield that you all bought with the house colors. Gets the spikes in and kind of wrenches it away. Gets the spikes in and wrenches it away. Oris, meanwhile, is hacking at Balin with his big shield, or his big sword, and they're roughly on par there. Looks like Oris might be getting the better of it a little bit. But there we go. Top of the next round. Adam, who are we talking up?
Let's go with Lucaris. He seems like he needs some help.
Okay. So you're talking up Lucaris against Servardus Egan.
I got it.
The nearest Veil man pipes up. And you hear, wow, that's actually not a great roll from him.
Yeah, but you should have seen the
Well.
guy.
'Twould seem the pride of the Eyrie is looking to repeat his earlier success against your brother, young Adam. Comes the oily, smooth voice of Lord Peter Baelish, Master of Coin,
All right, fuck that guy.
lurking near the royal box.
Oh, no, see, I need a good comeback because this is someone who's
Call Littlefinger. Just call Littlefinger to his face.
This is
So
like,
says the pinky, and then whatever.
it would seem that my brother is going to deny him that. And that is
This was a thoroughly average roll from Peter Baelish.
yeah, I have 17, but I can spend something if I need to.
Right now, you guys are tied.
Okay,
And I didn't say what happens on a tie
you
because
didn't.
it didn't occur to me that would happen real often. Let's just
Okay.
roll again. Or if you want to spend a destiny point to do a thing, you can get the
I was
leg
gonna-
up.
Yeah, because if I could spend a destiny point to keep my bonus die that I dropped, that's a 3, that would take me.
Yeah, I mean that would win the tie,
Yeah,
hands down.
I'll do that. I'll do that then.
Okay.
I don't want to chance it on.
And I'm just letting you know because like he didn't roll great, so like that might be safer than going like Vardis Egan's probably gonna whoop Luke's ass because fuck him anyway.
Yeah.
He was a jerk this morning, right? So yeah, you kind of counter snark against Peter Baelish, good enough to give your brother a bonus die. So let's cut to said brother fighting against the captain of the guard of the Erie. Well,
With his last blow, almost parried, but not quite, and him pulling his sword out of me, I will step forward and attack him with everything I have. I'll do another
Okay.
reckless attack.
Sir Vardis Egan is going to full parry.
Very well. Let's see what I got here.
And don't forget the
Okay,
bonus
cool.
die from your brother. Did you remember the bonus die?
I do.
Making sure. All right, what are we looking at?
I see some 6s and 5s. It's a good sign. Let's see. We got 26.
Nice.
That is a very solid hit. He also has exactly a 26. After,
Fucking hell.
after
God damn it.
partially because he's got a +4 from a large shield, just as a flat add-on at the end. So you're
Robert, if
chipping
you got
away at his shield, but he is turtled up, and you did just eat his attack. So you're at your last health point, and he didn't attack you. That's kind of a win. So he is going full hunker down. His eyes, and he's got a pretty solid helm on. Looks like one's a little out of focus, like maybe you concussed him, and now he's just going through like default parry routines type of stuff, just full turtled up. So he was able to withstand that, but you basically cost him his action, which is nothing to sneeze
Well,
at.
and him defending means my reckless attack is okay. So
Yeah, like it saved you for the round. Let's go over to Reyna against Alisane. Do you feel like you still have the initiative, or do you want the young she-bear to attack first instead of you, and in exchange you get a destiny point? Push to talk.
I'll do the thing that gives me a destiny point.
All right, so we'll play with our cinematic initiative here, and Alisane Mormont will continue to batter at you with back-to-back attacks instead of giving you things. Oh, you might regret that, hun. I apologize for tempting you with a destiny point. You are looking at a 21 coming at you.
divorce him.
What if I use this destiny point to make her drop a success die?
That would drop it to a 16. Because like she was keeping very good dice.
Well, then I'm gonna do that.
Okay. So 16, what's your combat defense?
Okay.
So 2 degrees. You're still looking at 10 points of damage.
1 point.
Yeah, that's
All
not
right. 1 point gets through. Chipping away at you. And now you are up.
Doing math. Sorry.
I know.
Where I am on my health track.
It's a-
which I'm
it's a
okay.
math-
I'm okay. I'm
Math-heavy, crunching combat stuff.
in middle ground here. All right. I will. Trying to remember how hard I hit her last time. It was pretty good. I will aim for an extra bonus die.
Okay?
And I'll go bowling up with my shield and my sword and board. Awesome. Terrible. 18.
That's 2 degrees of success. What's your damage value?
4. Sorry.
All right, some damage gets through, but no fresh injuries or anything. So, yep, that was she's hitting you hard enough that you're having trouble putting your weight into it. So it was a hit, but not the best.
That makes sense.
Let's take it over to Bela, up against Lothar Brune.
All right.
You want to keep the initiative, or you want a destiny point? I'll tempt both of the twins the same way.
I'll take the extra destiny point.
All right, Lothar Brune will attack first this round. 7, keep 5
Oh,
is a lot.
Yeah.
but you can use that destiny point to take one off him.
Yeah, so it might be worth it.
That's what I did.
That is currently a 23 coming at you. Destiny point would drop it to a 20.
Yeah, we'll do that.
All right, so
I have an 11 defense, so that's only 2.
so yeah, that'll. Yep. So that's 2 degrees of success. That's 10 points of damage.
Okay. Got it.
All right, so he just wades in, and these are heavy sword strikes. He's just hitting with all of his strength behind each attack, and he's just got mass and just kind of brute strength with enough precision to make it hurt.
Okay.
But you are up, madam.
I'm going to recklessly attack.
Oh.
Bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it plays off.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Oh gosh, this roll. Can I use a destiny point to re-roll? This is really
You want to
bad.
spend karma point?
You can use Destiny Point to keep an extra die, but it sounds like that might only be a 1 or a 2 or something.
I'm keeping
Borrowed
3
edge.
2s.
That running character.
Oh.
Erica, do you have
Yeah.
any glory?
No, we're not. We haven't doled out glory yet. No.
Oh, okay.
I have.
Right.
I'm keeping 5 dice for a grand total of 13.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Ouch.
good news is that
So
is
our
2
brave
degrees.
house.
That is 2 degrees of success. What your damage is when you're not
5.
charging and stuff. It's
Just
a 5.
Yeah.
Good. So that's 10 points. His armor's knocked down. All right, he's gonna take some damage from that.
Oh.
Mostly because of the it's not much. Don't get cocky, but because of your armor penetration and stuff, it's still gonna connect and like do a thing, but it's not gonna be much.
Oh.
Because yeah, sometimes you roll 2s and 3s, like that's all that happens. So yeah, with the dice giveth, the dice taketh
It
away.
was 4, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. That was the roll.
Yes. The battle cry for those of us that play on play-by-post is Orokos, because that's the name of the website that hosts a certain die roller that is monstrous at times. So yeah, it happens sometimes. It's still a dice-based game. On the fringes of your vision, we're gonna do a quick wrap-up for some NPC on NPC action. Because it is just about 6 o'clock for a local time zone, and that's going to have to call it at the end of this round. You see Sir Balin Swan tumble to the grass and mud and the mess, and he's going to toss down his Morning Star, but a few of the gleaming metal spikes have blood on them. By the point Oris has made him yield, looks like some attacks got through on Oris. You see over on the opposite side small folk and a few knights that have yielded that are kind of taking their time leaving the field because they don't want to miss it. See the continued onslaught of Lynn Corbray against Sir Garland Tyrell,
Fucking hell, they're still at it.
Yes.
ending after parry after parry after parry, and then a tang as Sir Garland's sword breaks near the hilt
Oh.
after feeling the bite of Lady Forlorn a few
Oh.
times too many. And Sir Garland wastes no time in dropping the hilt of the shattered blade and yielding quickly enough that Sir Lin does not injure or wound him prior to the joust.
By accident.
So Lin Corbray takes the fight afoot this time. So Sir Garland beat him on horse, Sir Lin beat him on foot. And then rampaging through the melee like a steroid-infused stag in a china shop, you see the hammer rise and fall like a golf swing again, and another knight goes sailing to land shattered and broken. Another imaginary hash mark to remind you that Robert Baratheon is still rampaging around in the distance. And we're going to cut it right there. So you guys are making pretty good work of your second team here in the melee. You're winning more than you're losing, but it's grinding you down like melees are supposed to. So I hope to see all of you back here in 2 weeks' time. Chat, check us out, and we will continue this contest amidst the mud and the blood. I suspect that next episode will actually end the combat contests of the joust, because we should be able to wrap up the melee and then pretty quickly have Bronze Jan Royce square off against Sir Garland Tyrell for the finals of the joust, after everybody mostly spends a day licking their wounds and healing up these injuries, because you guys aren't invited to any fancy feast or anything tonight in game. So it's going to be lots of lying around, drinking and eating and healing up, and then it's just the finals, and then we go on to the
lots of good old fun when we're all in the tent, including Adam and Horace.
Yeah,
it's talking all night, whatever happens.
Just hanging out, seeing what comes up, you know. Yeah, just seeing what people talk about and stuff. So
what's going on?
Yeah. So the next session we should be wrapping up the melee, and then it's going to be hanging out for the night. Maybe at the pavilion, maybe at the green tree. We'll just see how things go. But then we're probably gonna, wrap up the finals of the tourney also. So we hope to see everybody back here in 2 weeks' time. Hope you're having a good time. Hopefully you're enjoying shaping the destiny of the house with your random numbers coming up from chat, because that could have really sucked. You guys could have been in the way of Lynn Corbray and Sir Garland. So not sandwiched between them in a way that Reyna or Adam would like. And just instead, you could have been what they cut their way through. That would have totally changed the odds, right? So, how's Nymaryen hanging in there in the mud and the blood and the dust of the melee? And we'll see how it goes. So we'll see everybody in 2 weeks. Thanks for hanging out.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.